Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome to Mironchuck Live. Of course, I am Jason Mironchuck, the namesake of the show. My goodness, getting the show started right off the bat, KLW329 with a big $10. Thank you so much, my friend.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Send your tips over. We got a goal started over here on YouTube. We can always send your tips over on Streamlabs. I'll put the link up in the chat. That avoids the YouTube cut and makes me happy. I'm actually out of alcohol in the house, which is a horrible situation, really. Sometimes, sometimes it's I like to have a little bit of something. I would prefer to be.
I drank a beer. I drank another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers.
Oh no.
5 beers.
Oh
no. 6 beers. 7 beers. 8 beers. 9 beers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If you get that goal, we have a $180 goal set up for the stream. Of course, we can hit that multiple times. It doesn't have to be hit just once. So help me hit that goal. And I'll host a call-in show next week. Try to hit that goal as many times as we can this stream. Because we got a banger in the making. I got a banger in the oven, folks. And hopefully we pull this one off and entertain and enlighten you as much as we can. Here's the thing. Send money over on Streamlabs or PayPal. It goes right down my push, and then I can get downtown. I'll go down to town, and
Thank you, baby.
Sorry, that's the wrong one. And get me some libations, because
Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer, more vodka, more whiskey, and more beer.
That'll be me with your money, folks. So send on over and let Jason enjoy his weekend even more than he normally does, because that's always nice. So what are we here to talk about? We're here to talk about atheisms, materialisms, nominalisms, liberalisms, let's put it that way. Anyone who's following the show for any length of time knows I've been talking about my liberal frame thesis, let's call it that. And multiple videos up there. You can go check them out. One of the latest ones I did demonstrating liberal frame was talking about AA's turn to the retard side, gay side, I don't know, whatever, the fuchsia side. My goodness.
Woo! Diamond ring wearing. Woo! Kiss stealing. Woo! Wheeling dealing. Woo! Limousine ride. Woo! Jet flying. Woo! Son of a gun. Woo! And I'm having a hard time holding these hands down. They give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair. Woo!
See, that's the other bonus. You send it over in Streamlabs, you get one of those, my friends. Couldn't do the Ric Flair one because it kept getting zapped on YouTube. So got flagged for whatever things get flagged for these days. So changed it around a little bit. Got you a little bit of Colts. Same quote, same energy. Do it. So send on over Streamlabs, you get yourself a bit of Ric Flair. Limousine driving, Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, jet flying, son of a gun. And I am having a hard time keeping these alligators down, folks. So, it is Wittices. Thank you, Wittices. Appreciate you. Sorry we couldn't get that call in to work with you, man. We hit that goal. We'll do another call-in show next week, and we'll see if we can get you on. Wittices is one of my mods here who does an excellent job and is a true Mironchad of the highest order. So hats off to Wittices. Appreciate you, my friend, and all you do for the show. From my family and yours, God bless. So, atheisms, materialisms, nominalisms, liberal frame. What is the liberal frame, essentially? The liberal frame, in my thesis, is that there is no separation of these ideologies. All these ideologies fit within one frame. The frame is in your head, and that that frame creates your reality. And the reality we live in these days is big box liberalism. I know when I say liberalism, many people then think the left, right? Or classic liberalism, or libertarians, or someone, right? No. Nada. Papa, don't play that mess. No, the entire liberal frame encompasses all these different ideologies that all sprang out of classic liberalism, let's say, as a grandparent, 400 years ago. Because they're all attached to the same philosophies, the same starting philosophies that inform all of liberalism. All the ideologies, communism, fascism, libertarianism, Zionism, all these outcroppings that came relatively around in 18th, 19th century, and then some of them, sort of became more metaxicized in the 20th century, tried out, right? The basis for this, really, if you bring it all the way down and just distill it into one singular gestalt, where did it really come from? It comes from this concept of nominalism that Occam, you've heard of Occam's razor? Yeah, same guy basically popularized the idea of nominalism. Nominalism won out over universalism. So, or objectivism, we could say. So nominalism basically says that everything is material. Everything that's real is material. Everything that is, we could say, is metaphysical are just byproducts of material things, objects in space, all the rest of it, or made up. They're conventions that can be manipulated and changed whenever we want to, willy-nilly, it doesn't really matter. From that starting point, we get to atheism, materialism, and all the other things that kind of spring out of that. I've done lots of talks on that. You can go check those out. I won't bore the audience too much with that. Or send a question in Super Chat, and I will try to answer as best I can. So, the bugaboo with all these things comes down to this. You've heard about is-oughts. You can't get an ought from an is. This is a standard fallacy in philosophy. The other thing that you can't really do is do an is-not. And this is kind of what the materialist is left with. So the materialist left is always their starting position is what is. We are, right? We're born, we're humans, we are. Now, if you want to go backwards and find out why we are, and if you want to, again, reject God as your starting principle, which is either stated or unstated, right? So you can basically say what is and build back to a not God thesis. And this is where you get evolution, Big Bang, secular morality, evolutionary, basically evolutionary or biological morality. All these different sort of secular humanist claims are all trying to build back from the is, that is us, to a starting point that does not include God. And some of them are a bit more generous and kind of say, well, God was in there as a intermediary as we evolved to this not God understanding of the universe. Unfortunately, all their arguments don't work when you have to then question, well, then explain the mind. I'm not going to grant you the mind. Explain how you get the mind. Explain how you go from an organism without a liver to an organism with a liver. And all the intermediary steps in between means that this organism is developing a liver steadily over time, but the liver is not really functioning as a liver. Or an eye isn't really an eye. So through the process of complete fluky mutations, willy-nilly over a course of millions or billions or whatever amount of time they want to give themselves, now apparently I hear that they're trying to shorten the time span, saying some evolutions can happen within a generation because they need that to make the narrative work. But anyways, so you go from eye stalk or sensory nub to full-blown eye that kind of works throughout species, granting themselves species. This is a big giant grant they give themselves. It's a wonderful gift. Where they just go, well, it is, and God isn't. Therefore, here's this new story. And it has to be that story. Our story has to be true because God can't be true. They're not is always not God. So anything but God. It's the title of the show. Crib that off of Jim Bob, who we're going to get to in a second as he goes into evolution. So basically how I have it set up is we got Jim Bob talking about evolution. He just recently debated a PhD and kind of handily destroyed him. So we're going to do a little bit of a review of that. Then I got two up, and I don't know which one I'm going to do first. I'm thinking we go to Alex O'Connor, who is, you'll know him when you see him. He's a British or UK debater, philosopher, little twerpy guy. He's been an outspoken atheist, very, very much sort of the inheritor of Dawkins in many ways, and now he's actually even doing a Dawkins cultural Christian kind of loop, where he just put out a video where he's like, I can see the argument for God a bit better, and he's kind of getting to that academic Christian, which will be interesting. We can talk about that. We got Matt Dillahunty getting cornered and smacked around by his own retard, because of course, once we get into morality, and the secular humanist wants to basically just claim that you can have morality just by magic. It's just, hey, it's not my preferences, but it's not objective. It's somehow consensus. So we got something about that. And lastly, Rob Knorr debated.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Thank you, my friend. This is coming from... Who is this? Let me go here. Who just gave me money? Who just gave me money? My goodness. KLW329 again with a big $5. As people escape the liberal frame, more and more people refusing to leave the frame will become vengeful. See, KLW has been watching the stuff, taking notes. Mironchuck right there, my friend. You have been promoted, or you have been formalized as a Mironchuck KLW. Tip your hat. Everyone bow down. And say,
thank you, baby.
Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. So, Rob Knorr had a debate recently. The debate prompt is Christian nationalism good for America versus Godless Engineer? And this was just recently this week, so watch a bit of that as well. Buckle in, folks. We're going to be here for a bit. And as I said, send me those super chats, especially over on Streamlabs, so I can get into my pocket, so then I can go down to town after this is all done and celebrate with a beer. Well, maybe not just one beer, maybe a few beers.
I drank a beer. I drank another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers. Oh no. 5 beers. Oh no. 6 beers. 7 beers. 8 beers. 9 beers. Give me a hell yeah. What?
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Let's get it going. Let's first off start talking about some evolution. And here's where the evolutionists have been reduced to, especially with dinosaurs. My favorite topic. It was one of my big red pills. When they told me that dinosaurs, when they told us that dinosaurs had feathers now, I was like, no, baby, no. Dusty Road don't play that game, baby. No, baby. Papa don't play no mess. That's a moonshine, baby. That's a fool's errand. What you trying to sell me? What is this snake oil? Baby, no. Dusty Road's gonna walk on down that road for a mile. Get away from your lying eyes and lying lips. What is this? No. I rejected it from the premise, from the jump. I said no, because how the heck are you gonna tell me that dinosaurs had feathers? Where are the feathers? Did you find some fossilized freaking feathers and go, look, they must have come from a dinosaur? Shut the frick up, okay, man? What? There's no birds back then, too, that it could have possibly come down from? There's just like some random stone that looks like a feather and look, see, they have feathers now. Screw you. And then I just I started to examine the entire lie that are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a lie. Because every time that they have to defend dinosaurs, they get down to the same thing. But the bones! To the point where it's now become a freaking joke.
This one right here is one of my favorites right here. This is the Apatosaurus. I used to wake up at 7 a.m. and they could see 30 miles. So they would look 30 miles in the distance and see what they wanted for breakfast.
How did you know that?
I'm actually glad you asked. So, based on the bones, we can tell that they were waking up at 7 a.m.
I'm confused. How did scientists figure out how far they could see?
Man, I'm glad you asked. So, as you can see by the bones, right there, and then you come to the conclusion, based on scientific evidence of the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Some animal had a bite force equivalent of the weight of the Earth.
I'm confused.
Conclusively, on its hind legs, it was half the size of the Undertow Tower. And it weighed 15 million pounds.
How do you know that? Maybe don't say bones. Like, is there any other? Was there like a?
Okay, so let me break this down right here. Based on the bones, this animal, it actually took this animal 10 days to digest its food, but it only ate leaves and dandelions. We know this because of the bones. This is the Allosaurus right here.
It's the Allosaurus.
This is the Allosaurus right here. Other dinosaurs would ride this dinosaur. They would all wake up at 8:30 a.m. and they would ride this dinosaur to school. They actually had an education system, which you can tell because of the bones.
I love that. I love that clip so much. I watched that thing about 5-6 times when it first came out, when I first saw it, and I automatically just added Jim Bob because it is perfect. It is exactly it is because of the bones. Well, look at the bones. How many bones did you find? 5. We found 5 bones, kind of scattered in this area. They must all belong to the same animal. Look at look how big they are. Aren't those just rocks? Yeah, but they could be bones. They look like bones, therefore they must be bones. Look at that femur. Look at this thing. We found teeth. Aren't those like little tiny pieces of rock? Yeah, they're bones. They're teeth. Look at They had feathers too, and we can tell what they ate. Did you find bones of plants too, you dipshit? Look, it's amazing how well the propaganda worked because we all brought up with it. You know, you get a kid these days. You get a kid. You have a kid. You purchase, you acquire a child, and then you spend time putting your kid, watching TV or some of that shows, and they just pummel you with this stuff, constantly. Oh yeah, dinosaurs existed. They did all these things, and as you watch them as an adult, and you watch this stuff because they're targeting towards children, you could just smell the lie, and you're like, wait a minute. How'd you know how they did all this stuff? How would you know what they ate or how they did? Because you're just assuming, well, we found some flat rocks, those must be their flat teeth, therefore they must be herbivores. Oh, it must have been plants and stuff. How do you know? The bones, because you're left with what is. So you got what is, and you build backwards to find a model of what could have possibly been sans God. Not God. As long as there's not God, then everything else is possible. Like dinosaurs, and we came from amoebas, eyes, livers, spleens, symmetry. Here's the thing, right? The materialist is always left with, because we have what is, and you have to build back to the knots. But once you build back to the knots a little bit, there's a convenience, there's a loophole here. Because if we're all just a random mutation mistake, well, then going in there and developing technology that allegedly allows you to go around and tinker with this mistake is totally morally okay. We're not divine beings. We're not handed out from God. We are not image bearers. We have no responsibility for our construct. So we can make new constructs or tinker with improve on the current design that we've been handed. Because really what they're saying is that if human beings designed human beings, if it was up to us to design human beings, we wouldn't design us. Or thems, wouldn't design us. They would design something completely different. The great line for Battlestar Galactica, the remake they made in the early 2000s, and it was one of the Cylons who had a real hate on for humans. And when he met his designers, he had a great monologue about basically cursing them out for designing him fleshy, making the advanced Cylons look like humans and having a lot of the same frailties as humans. He's like, why didn't you just build me with metal skin? Like, like the robot army guys, where I could be like out there in space, just breathing in, space dust, and I could, be inside supernovas and basically be superhuman. But you designed me like this with all these limitations, And so he had not just a hatred for humanity, for humans who he looked like and was designed basically to emulate, but a hate for his designer. Resentfulness towards both oneself, but when one's pride and ego take over and say, no, it can't be you. You're not the problem. You're great. You're amazing. The reason why you can't achieve all these things is because of all this other stuff, because of these other people, or because of God himself, because of the design. So, reject the design, come up with a new thing that allows us to recreate morality whenever we want. Something I said with Matthew Erickson one time is that because I was an atheist for a very long time. I was angry at God. When my grandfather died of bowel cancer, I couldn't understand it. I couldn't square it with this idea of a all-loving God. I didn't understand that God's love includes suffering. And I'll do more shows about that in the future. But as I kind of still grapple with certain things, I've accepted it, but it's difficult to communicate. But I was 11, 12 years old, and I couldn't reconcile those two things. So I got angry. And because I couldn't get angry at death or, at the design or whatever that, I had to get angry at God. And you get angry at God for a long time, but it's a futile anger. So it's easier to reconcile your hatred or resentment towards God by just going, it doesn't exist. And if he does exist, he's evil. And I went on that pathway for a long time. And by the grace of God, it didn't destroy me, but it didn't lead to anything really good. And it wasn't until my child was born that I had a come to Jesus moment, essentially. I've detailed that in the show many times. But, yeah. And I just realized I had to deal with the idea, with the sudden realization that I was wrong about everything and had to rebuild my whole worldview, Frodema, from the ground up. And glory to God, he brought me to the Orthodox Church, and that's been a massive help. Without it, I'd be lost. So I understand the precarious nature of challenging someone's worldview. You have to approach it with a certain amount of kindness. And maybe I'm just getting more sympathetic in my old age, but there's no fault in being human. We are human, and we have a fallen nature, and it's not our fault per se, but it's what we got, and you got to deal with what you got. The is the is, and there's ways of mitigating it and confronting it and dealing with it and healing it. There's a pathway towards sainthood. That's why we go to liturgy and talk to your priest. Or talk to a priest and make that a priest into your priest. Oh, and tip your stream, by the way. But it is glory to God in all things. The great and not so great. The grace and the suffering. He's with you all the time. He's with us all the time. And when you accept that, or begin to accept that, there's a massive amount of weight that's taken from you. Because I said this to Matt Erickson, that when I was an atheist, and I'd say all atheists and materialists suffer from nihilism because what they've put on their shoulders, knowingly or unknowingly, is that they've now become the arbiters of all of morality. And it's too much. No one person or even a group of people can do that. It's too heavy. It's across the weight of the universe. Can't do it by yourself, or even with other people, like-minded people. When you kick it up to God and realize that it's not all on you, that you're just you're not really all that important. But you have value. Sometimes it's a hard thing for people to understand. You're not important, but you're valuable. Because you are a creation of God, and not only that, we are his favorite. We're his bestest. The creation that he is the most pleased with. And all we have to do is just live up to what we've been given. It's the easy, hard thing. But let's get into evolution. Let's hear what Jim Bob had to say with this PhD guy defending evolution. Of course, Jim Bob's going to be here on Monday, along with Dirt Pro Robbins and Chase Haggard. I'm talking about for Meet the Blessed, which is a heck of a series, by the way. If you haven't checked that out, check it out. So we got 3 musicians and creative types coming on, talking about cultural orthodoxy. And I haven't got confirmation yet, but I am going to bug them to do a jam session. So come and show up on Monday, 9 p.m. Follow me on X, all the alerts, and I'll put them out there. But show up. It's going to be a fun one. But let's get to Jim Bob. The title of this clip is PhD Gets Cooked on Evolution.
But you actually have to tell me how it works that the Pakicetus through random mutation becomes a whale. Can you do that for me?
Yes. It's a combination of random mutation and selection pressure.
You just simply said random mutation with environment pressure produces this thing. I ask you, how does random mutation actually produce this effect? And you know what your answer was? Random mutation produces the effect.
Yes.
Yes.
Because this is demonstrated in reality.
How?
The development of ring species, for instance. If you've got a quadruped, gradually elongating and making its tail larger, making it a more efficient swimmer.
How?
That provides. How do genes
look, dude? Look. Let me ask you a question.
Sorry, no.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on one second.
I'm answering your question.
You're just saying things grow.
What I want to do is just
Do Komodo dragons have bigger tails than other lizards? Yes, they do. So evolution is clearly capable.
So your argument is Komodo dragons have longer tails than other lizards, therefore they evolved from something what? Not a lizard? Or I don't understand. What's your claim here?
No, they evolved from things with smaller.
Again, the what is. So you have the is Komodo dragon. Komodo dragons have different tails and aspects to that dragon, to that lizard. But they're a lizard. We've given them a category by which, I mean, that's just us giving it a category, right? And lizards are like this. They all have similar features and similar things, but some of them are a little bit different. So then the evolutionist has to go, well, to explain the differences, that means that for some reason, the Komodo dragon developed these differences over time from this original species. Not just that it just happens to be a different species altogether, or a different kind of lizard. And you're then left with well, how did that happen? Well, because environmental pressures and da-da-da-da-da-da. Which, convenient. Because you'd say, well, wouldn't other lizards also have, maybe similar pressures? Wouldn't other lizards also have similar or very similar condition, evolutionary benefits as the Komodo dragon? I mean, how many environmental pressures can there be? But only the Komodo dragon is the Komodo dragon. There's not like Komodo dragon A and B and C and somewhat Komodo dragon, a little bit like Komodo dragon. No, there's distinct species that we can attach a name to that are significantly different enough that we can then speculate that, these things came from a common source and now somehow magic they became this different thing. Because not God.
Tails. We can look at the earliest reptiles. They have smaller tails.
Cool. How?
Blue Skittle says, need a compilation of Jim Bob asking atheists, is George Floyd an ape?
Yeah. Evolved to have bigger tails. Similarly, similarly, we can see in the spectrum of lizards that they have different tail geometries. So the idea of evolution producing different tail geometries, different limb geometries, different lung geometries, that's entirely consistent with the observable data that we have.
So the question is whether or not the mechanism you're saying produces longer tails or shorter tails can produce a long line of changes where the lizard is no longer, the future lizard is no longer itself, right?
So if you track back far enough, you can find the earliest examples of something that's in a clade.
I understand.
But that doesn't mean I can do without your interpolations while I'm speaking, but thank you.
Calm down.
And if you continue doing this, I'll just talk for longer. So this is a classic misunderstanding and straw.
I watch enough Jim Bob videos now that I can anticipate the sad music.
Man of evolution that somehow an insect will evolve into a non-insect.
I didn't say that.
No, if you're an insect, you're going to remain an insect forever.
Cool.
That is the evolutionary model. All of your descendants will be insects. Similarly, any.
Well, but how would that work? Because you could just then speculate there could be environmental changes that would change an insect to a different species altogether, because an insect has to come from a single-celled organism. Before there were insects, there was something before an insect, right? So a single-celled organism, percolated in the petri dish of the early oceans or something like that, and then created these other organisms, like not fish, and then somehow some of them got out in the air and became insects. Or maybe some organisms on the ground. Insects are actually a good one. It's like, okay, maybe you could speculate single-celled organism in the ocean evolves into a multi-celled something, and then over time it starts developing into some sort of protofish or crustacean or some sort of fish-like thing. Okay, fine. Let's go that way, right? And some of them also, by the way, some of these organisms split off and become plants. And some of them become not plants. So how that happens, details. Let's say we're going to grant you, okay? I'm going to grant you single-celled organism developing into a blob thing that develops into protofish. Okay. Now, how does protofish become ant? Or fly? Or bee? Oops! How does that happen? Crustaceans kind of look like arachnids, so they must have crawled up onto the shoreline and become ants. And some of them got wings and like to produce honey. Woo! So follow along, right? Let's take something like really, really mundane, like a slug, right? So, because slugs and bees all come from the same species, technically. You go back far enough, this is the claim, you go back far enough into the early oceans and and you're going to find these organisms that got on land somehow, went from blob, little thing, to a blob, to a crustacean. Crustacean went on land, like an early crab, and then became a bee over time. Right, and God is crazy. That's anything but God. Anything but God. Anything but God. They'll believe anything but God. How blob becomes crab becomes honeybee. Same thing. Pressures, man.
Anything that is a descendant of a whale will remain a whale forever.
Going
slugs. Back in time, they weren't always whales. They didn't have.
That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction.
No, it isn't, and I'm still talking.
Why you talk so much? Let me talk.
At one point,
fuck, dude.
I do want to, Tony. I do just
filibustering, man.
Keep it as quick as possible.
Gish Gallops, $5.
The best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Anything but God is right. Got to stay Maddie at daddy. Right? This is true. From See Me Rollin'. Nice to see you in the chat, my friend. Also, Chris Lestrange, I saw you in the chat. Good to see you, man.
Yes, and if he keeps interrupting me, I'll keep talking. I don't
Tony,
take well to interrupt.
You're not the moderator.
If you want me to stop talking,
hold on one
if
second.
you want me to be concise,
All right, Jim Bob.
you've got to stop.
Unbelievable, man.
Jim Bob, I need you to also let me just moderate right now, please.
Yeah, please. If
I'm a Miron wash, says KLW. Who? Yeah, let me know in the chat. Which Miron animal are you?
the Pakicetus is a wolf-like land animal, wolf-sized land animal.
Miron platypus. We haven't even got to the platypus. My platypus bit. That's a thing, isn't it?
All right. And in 15 million years, it becomes a whale. Not it literally, Tony. That's a claim. How did you determine mechanistically that that occurred, please?
Okay, so we know the mechanism by which it occurred, right?
How?
We know that it...
So now the evolutionists are also kind of stuck in a bubble. I've seen charts about this, where now the speculation for a whale isn't that it developed from like a fish into a whale. No. Somehow the organism developed into a fish that got onto land, developed into a bear, and then the bear went back into the water and became like an orca. So you have like reverse evolution now. Pressures, man. Pressures. Why did the bear stay in the ocean long enough to become a orca? Details.
So you are denying that we
Dodo.
can see in existing animals that genetic adaptation does occur.
Well, no, genetic adaptation, what you call in existing animals, if you're talking about adaptation, what you're pointing to is genetic code or genetic information that's informing a behavior that's well within already existing. Now, you're claiming something else. You're claiming that random mutation in one clade produces some sort of effect that then creates a diversion from that clade. You're going to have to tell me mechanistically how random mutations, right, produce an effect that leads to a whale existing that's downstream from a wolf-like land animal. That's what you have to do.
Species, right? The granting of species is the big one. Because why would an organism develop into multi-species? Even under the claim of evolutionists that a single-celled organism evolved from some sort of will to survive, will to become better at survivability. Do they just grant themselves that mechanism by themselves, right? Will, because that's a metaphysical claim. No. It's there's some sort of mechanical reason for it. They just haven't discovered it yet. So you'd think they'd figured that out before they present this whole thing. But no, because it's again anything but God. So the granting of species is one of the big ones, and this is something that Jim Bob's really been hammering home recently. Is you just grant yourself this thing. Why would a species become diverse? Why would you have more than one species of bird? If the idea is to become really good at survivability, well, once you've attained a certain amount of survivability, as long as like, let's say a proto sparrow has always been good at being a sparrow, well, then it kind of just levels up, right? Just levels up, levels out, and all we'd have is sparrows. You wouldn't need to have a bunch of different birds or a bunch of different insects or a bunch of different organisms that all serve different functions. And then you say, well, look, that happens because of biodiversity and because of environments and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, okay, fine. Some animals develop to be able to consume waste. And that recycles waste like the earthworm, et cetera, et cetera. And then go, okay, that sounds good. Here's the thing, though, Chuckles. Why would an earthworm ever evolve from anything other than an earthworm? So if the early organisms crawl up from the sea and get on land and develop into earthworm, and the earthworm is perfectly adapted at surviving at earthworm status, well, there'd be no reason to develop into anything else. Even fish. You just get like the first fish and be like, well, it's fine. It survives just fine. Maybe slight variations in fish for, different temperatures or depths of the ocean or something. Sure, okay, maybe. But then that'd be it. Why would it need to develop into anything else but that? Oh, because it started eating something different. Well, but if it starts eating something different but doesn't have the digestive system to deal with that difference, then it would just die out. It wouldn't be able to eat that thing. It would have to develop a digestive system to handle the new food. Oops. It's just maddening. And what's more upsetting is we all fell for this crap. We all, okay, yeah.
Do you not understand that?
Oh, by the way, thank you for all the super chats so far. Keep sending them in, folks. Here's the thing, right? And I know sometimes this happens to me too, where you feel like you need to send like a big number. You don't, man. $2, right? $2. Memberships are $2. You can go buy yourself a membership, or send me $2 over on YouTube, or send it over on Streamlabs. $2, man. It doesn't have to be a lot. If what we have, like my feed's telling me got over 27 or 30 whatever viewers, I average between 50 to 100 viewers on every stream while I'm streaming live. If every single person who's watching this sent over $2 over on Streamlabs or YouTube or something like that would make my day. Help with the algorithm, help with the show, put some money in the pocket, and please the wife, the whole 9 yards. Let me go down to town later and get me some libations.
Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer, more vodka, more whiskey, and more beer.
I can afford all those things with just $2 donations, so you don't have to break the bank, man. $2 for each and every one of you, and I wouldn't have to keep bugging you. So make that happen. Scrounge around your digital couch, throw me some change. Or, and if you have more, hey, give more. That's fine. We got some Mironchuck gifting. My goodness. Harry Ludwig in the chat. Appreciate you, my friend. Whittakis, 5 memberships. I appreciate you. These should be sounding off. Here we go. Here we go. For life. Appreciate all you folks. Hang on a second. Is this going to sound off? Yeah, we're going to turn that down for now. Get onto this, but I appreciate you both.
The genetic drift can occur, that the characteristics
That's your claim.
Animals, it's observed that there's a salamander in California that is diverging from where you've got a branching away from an original population, and you've got the two ends that can no longer interbreed.
Okay, so Tony, the problem is if you observe a bunch of things with finches and there's some epiphenomenal change in their traits, behaviors, beaks, claw sizes, tail sizes, feather sizes, color, etc., you're actually still looking within a universal called finches, right? Your claim, the thing I'm asking for evidence for, is that the finch, in this case, is stand-in for the Pakicetus. The finch, do you ever see any adaptation in the finch that would lead you to believe that?
Hang on.
Dealing, wheeling, dealing, limousine ride, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. Give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Thank you, Madeline. Every time you put it over on Streamlabs, you get yourself a little bit of Ric Flair appreciation.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Spartan up north, some spare toonies and loonies. My goodness, thank you so much. From the mouth of Bret Hart himself, the Canadian icon.
That over millions of years, 15 million, let's say, will turn into not a finch and something completely not a finch.
We've already been over this. That can't happen.
If the Pakicetus dies as a Pakicetus, and whatever subcategory of the Pakicetus, they also die as a Pakicetus, right? What I'm asking for, mechanistically speaking, I don't want a story that it happened. I want you to tell me how it's the case that a clade, starting as one thing and dying as one thing, how does a clade create a pathway to something it's not?
That is, again, such an idiotic question to even ask.
When I say a Pakicetus, right?
Okay, if Jim Bob's so stupid, then you should be able to explain it to him like a stupid child, right? There should be an easy 1-paragraph answer that you can rifle off and go, oh, because of this mechanism. Because of DNA mutation that always happens this way, and over generations, it creates this. It still doesn't answer his question, by the way, because what Jim Bob is narrowing down is that if you have a species that dies off and does not be able to pass on its traits to future generations, then how are you so sure that this Pakicetus or this early example actually passed its genes down? It could just have been an animal that died off that happened to have similar traits as the ones we see here. You still haven't explained the mechanism for this thing happening because it comes down to a metaphysical claim. All of evolution comes down to one single metaphysical claim, which is the will to survive. All wills are a metaphysical claim. You cannot point to it in nature. There is no, you can't pick it up and go, here's the will. No, it's a claim that this desire for survivability, let's say, to become better at doing that. Better, by the way, is also a metaphysical claim. Better at, how do we gauge better? Why is the tiger better than the house cat? How? At doing cat things, at being a cat. Or tiger versus lion. They both exist in the world. Why? Is one better than the other? How would it know better? Again, metaphysics. We are judging it as better at XYZ. But nature wouldn't understand better from a purely materialistic framework. From a nominalism framework, better doesn't exist. Can't have the claim. They're just mental constructs. We're just assigning the label better. Whitaker says, somebody's saying something about Streamlabs. Whitakus didn't realize you were here, Harry, until now. Hope you're doing great, dear friend. Yes, Harry's in here. Whitakus is in here. Kenneth Wells is in here. My goodness. I know weirdly lately this channel puts up our ats instead of our names. Weird. I don't know why. But YouTube does weird things. It's interfacing weird with stuff. So,
Population has some random mutation that results in a divergence from the Pakicetus.
I'm just glad any of this works ever. So it's just what it is.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
My goodness. Michael Gabriel Fortino, if evolution is true, why can't atheists prove past their intellectual retardation? Well, here's the thing, right? Glad you brought it up. Because again, nominalism brings in, there's no metaphysics, so there's no mind. There's no metaphysical qualification of mind. It all has to be just brain chemistry. This is what a lot of these guys reduce it to, right? All thoughts, consciousness itself, is reduced to a byproduct of brain chemistry. If this is true, then we are literally just brains in a vat. The vat just happens to be a skull. Which, again, would make a question of, like, why do you have neurodivergence? Diversities. The new retardation word. Right? Why do you have that? Why do we have difference of opinions? Why can I perceive reality different than somebody else? If it's all just brain chemistry and we all evolved to have the same kind of brain chemistry and the same kind of brain, which functions on brain chemistry and mechanisms, right? Discernible mechanisms. Okay, great. Well, if that's true and all thoughts stem from this, then all our thoughts should basically be the same. Diversity of thought really wouldn't exist. Other than maybe say, well, there's a misfire. But those would be relatively rare because, as we know, even, if you take down, genetic mutations, right? General genetic mutations, we would say, like Down syndrome, for example. Well, Down syndrome is relatively rare. Thanks, Iceland. But, even in a standard population, a lot of these things are relatively rare. Because we can say, well, okay, and to give the evolutionists their due, let's just say that that's a genetic misfire, right? Something in the DNA strand went, oops, and you get quirky. So, sure. But that would mean that our mental capacities would have evolved to a point, And you would not have many different differentiations in those mental capabilities. Conscious itself would be standard. We wouldn't have to standardize it ourselves. We'd all more or less be in complete and total agreement. Propaganda wouldn't be necessary. All these other, conventions, rhetoric, all the rest of it wouldn't be necessary. Just wouldn't need it. By the way, everything being a mental byproduct of the brain makes most psychology and philosophy and all these other things completely redundant, novel, little kind of like, I don't know, I guess you're just doing stuff for your time, because the brain can't examine the brain. You need a third party. Oops. This is like women who can't understand POVs.
To something that's similar to it, and then that similar Pachycetus diverges and creates something similar to the previous one. You're saying that this succession leads to...
Gorilla says, I always have excellent cardigans. I am a cardigan appreciator, perhaps an aficionado. Cardigans, I believe, are the superior sweater. They are the apex of sweater. Once we've evolved to cardigan, there was no other need for any sweaters at all. I enjoy a good V-neck. I'm okay with different forms of sweaters. However, I do believe this is the cardigan is the apex predator of sweaters. They're perfection. They can take them off easily. They're more adjustable. They breathe. You can see the shirt. If you why bother having a nice shirt if you're just going to put a big giant sweater on top? It seems silly. But the cardigan, look at this. Look, color breaks. Oh. A little bit of collar action. Woo, can roll up the sleeves, do a little button action if I want to. It's beautiful.
To eventually a whale. Now, I asked you, how do you know this, right? It's an assumption.
And sorry, just to cut Jim Bob off again. Again. I haven't done that in a while. The evolutionist, again, has to contend with, so you go from organism that is not a whale and all the other organisms that lead up to whale, but that means that at any step along that process, that species wasn't good enough, wasn't perfect enough at doing whale things until you get to whale, and then whale goes, oh, we're good. Perfection.
And you say, we observe it. Look at the flies that don't change into other things.
Yes, just like a Pachycetus, as we have established 3 times now, does not evolve into another
That's right.
thing.
Thank you.
It develops into a descendant of a Pachycetus.
Mm-hmm. And then a whale, right?
So and eventually a whale.
How?
Yes. Again, through genetic mutation.
How though?
James, at this point, this debate is over. Either the audience accepts.
Rage quit.
No, the debate is pointless.
If I can just
what he wants.
forgive me,
No,
Tony.
I'm
You're
serious.
such a baby.
What he wants. I've answered this question multiple times.
No, you haven't.
He refuses to accept the validity of the answer.
What is the mechanism? What is the mechanism for random mutation? What is the mechanism for random mutation? Environment. Okay, but how does environment activate random mutation? How? What is the thing within the animal that springs to life and goes, oh shoot, we better we're running out of food here. Better start eating eucalyptus. Oh, just poisonous. Well, better develop a digestive system that can handle this. Because the food's running out. How would you know that? The food's not going to run out or change for over millions of years, right? Because it would take millions of years to develop from a proto-koala into koala, into let's say furry marsupial who likes to live in trees, who all of a sudden starts to do a dietary change for, I guess, environmental reasons. Although the eucalyptus is poisonous, so the koala then the proto-koala, by the way, not yet koala, has to then develop a digestive system that can handle both the toxicity of the eucalyptus and extract nutrients from it. Successfully, without a glitch, without a hitch, for thousands or millions or whatever time period you want to give it. The Buddha... And all we're saying is, okay, how does it do that? What is the mechanism that makes the animal go, let's start eating something that's going to basically kill me. But we'll keep going because I really believe in it.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
KDLW 329. Evolution and climate change radicalism has stacked contradictions because evolution should solve climate change. Absolutely. Or actually, evolution should say climate change is great. It's fantastic. We're just going to evolve into a new thing, right? Environmental pressures. Man-made or not, since we're always evolving, and since evolution is just a thing that happens, it's neutral by their own standards, not good or bad. It just is, right? We're not anything special. If climate change, if we can't adapt to climate change rapidly enough, and we just die off, or enough of our environment has to change along with it, and that becomes inhospitable to us, well, who cares? We're just an organism, a highly developed organism, granted, but, ultimately it doesn't really matter, does it? Except for that will to survival thing that we seem to have, that we just kind of have to have for this whole thing to work. But then that becomes a metaphysical objective claim, which kind of farts in the face of nominalism and subjectivism. Oops. Kind of starts to make that frame a little bit more wobbly, isn't it? Individualism doesn't work under their frame, even though they'll claim it. They'll defend it. We'll get to that more when we get to secular moralism, as it is, secular humanist moralism. Because again, they're just granting themselves whole categories that actually ought not exist if everything is subjective. Just happens to be that we all human beings tend to agree on the golden rule, right? Why? Do unto others as they would do unto you, or some variation of that. It's represented in many cultures across the world, right? The successful ones, the ones that survived, I guess. Okay, great. Why? Why would we do that? Why? Because it just proved to work. Okay, but so one claim, one kind of rule seems to have an objective standard of working out for the human species. That's an objective claim. That actually becomes metaphysical. That farts in the face of their whole entire frame. So they don't deal with it. They just grant it and move on. Contradictions waving in the wind.
And then goes back to his talking point as though he's argued anything. This is pointless. This is literally a waste of my time.
Stop crying, man.
What I want to do.
The liver, as we know, peculiar to vertebrates, serves a very specific function. It processes toxins. Now, do you hold, Tony, that evolution also produced through random mutation a functioning liver with hyper-specialized task in the body? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay. So if I asked you, how does random mutation inside of an organism that doesn't have a liver, how does random mutation produce a highly specialized thing like a liver?
So this is a I'm going to answer indirectly here. So let's look at the development of something like the eye. You're looking at the finished product.
Actually, yeah. Make it more complicated for yourself. I love it how they go to the eye as if that's an easier answer. The liver actually would be an easier answer. I mean, it's still unanswerable from their frame, but a liver or a functioning, organ inside the body could probably be. They could probably kind of like you could platitude that one away. The eye is so much more complex and universal, with yet significant differences within species. Like a cat's eye is radically different than a human eye. Or a fish eye, or animals that can see in different spectrums of light and all the rest of it. That once you get into the complications of the eye and the entailments of evolutionary design of an eye by fluke, by the way, right? Fluky coordination of a sensory organ that just happens to work, and most species have one. Fully developed, but operating in different ways. Slightly. Some more significantly than others. Being able to see in color, for example. Or not being, or some species being able to see in the infrared. Oops.
saying how
I mean, if we evolved from dolphins, why wouldn't we just keep, sonar? Oh.
how did you get something so complicated? But we can look back through existing organisms and we can see that there are the same structures in various stages of development.
Did you see any fossilized eyes, asshole? Really? Did you see any? Sorry, I'm trying not to swear. Sorry, my passions get a little bit activated with this one. Really? Did you find some fossilized eyes? Did you? Huh? Some petrified eyes? Some little rock eyes? And you're like, well, look like... You don't know. Okay? No idea how the eye functioned in the mammoth or, the saber-toothed tiger or the diplodocus or whatever the freaking thing you want to invent tomorrow. You don't have no idea. You're assuming they have one. Well, they have a cavity for one. Okay, but maybe they didn't develop it. Maybe they were blind. Maybe they had feathers and sonar. You don't know. And many of those species of dinosaur that you find in your little fossil record, you're finding like tail bones and leg bones and knee bones and elbow bones and whatever. You're not finding even the skull. You're just kind of constructing one. Well, based on the spine here, we can create this whole new species because, we get funding for finding new species, so we found a new species. Look at this. Did you find eye holes for all these species? Probably not, eh? So you don't even know how the eye developed across species in time because you didn't find any just lying around in the dirt.
So we know that a non-fully functional liver, a slightly simpler version of the liver.
Didn't find any petrified livers either, did you? Or kidneys or, spleens, gonads, anything. Did you find some, dinosaur D? Just, whoop, look at this. Look at this schlong. Look at this thing. Oh.
Still provides an
You're making things up!
Still functions. And we can see even simpler versions in simpler life forms of waste disposal and waste processing.
Fossilized bungholes, right? Okay, that's good.
Dummy. Yeah.
Procedures. We can see the spectrum of how these things developed in the existing animal population.
Okay.
So the claim...
Give me a hell yeah. What?
What?
That just because a fully formed liver has to go through all of these intermediate steps. We can see each of the intermediate steps, and we can see that that at each step that
Where are you finding these steps of livers? Where? Did you find a fossilized liver? From what species? Where? When? Or a heart? Did you find a fossilized heart? Probably not. You found skeletal remains. Allegedly. Maybe. So you found some bones. But the bones!
This one right here, this was one of my favorites right here. This is the Apatosaurus. They used to wake up at 7 a.m. and they could see 30 miles. So they would look 30 miles in the distance and see what they wanted for breakfast.
How did you know that?
I'm glad you asked. So based on the bones, we can tell that they were waking up at 7 a.m.
How did scientists figure out how hard?
The bones! Come on now. We can tell how the liver developed from proto-liver to what the livers we have today in all these species. Because the bones! Look at the bones. There's obviously a space for something there. Probably a liver.
population derives benefit from its version of the waste disposal mechanism.
Okay. So the answer you gave, you moved over to an eye. Interesting. You said the eye, what we're looking at is a fully developed eye. Well, under the evolutionary view, you actually couldn't know it was fully developed because it could still be evolving to not be an eye through some random mutation.
True, right? Because here's the other big thing. we examine humans and we say, well, the humans are this, right? We can list off all the characteristics of humans that are universal. Okay, great. But we're in transit. Give us enough environmental pressures over enough time, and we won't be human anymore. We'll be something completely different species. We'll have evolved maybe a third eye, and or whatever. We can see in a different spectrum. Just naturally, without us tinkering, we would just evolve into that thing. Or maybe go back to be a monkey. Who knows? We're just a temporary category. All things being relative in 1 billion years, all life on Earth will have transitioned to something else. Except for like ants and alligators.
The other problem you have is I asked you how you develop a liver from random mutation, and what you did is you went back in time and granted yourself a type of proto-liver. How does random mutation produce the proto-liver then? Well, that's the next question.
Okay, this is perhaps best answered with a practical example. If you go to a color screen and you see a color spectrum from yellow to red, and you can step along.
They also someone said, and turtles and sharks. Well, here's the thing, right? We have predators and prey, right? Herbivores and carnivores exist in the world as it is today. So we have to go backwards, and we're applying the not fallacy, not God, anything but God. So then we have to go back to this single-celled organism that developed into all life. Okay, well, if that single-celled organism, let's say, is eating plankton, right? And also, by the way, somehow plankton has to evolve from nothing, but whatever, right? We'll just grant them, all right? The microbes eating microbes. And then somehow those microbes are going to split off into two distinct groups. Because at some point along its evolutionary chart, you're also getting like plants and not plants. So that species, some of that species goes, plants, yummy, good. And other species go, plant eaters, yummy, good. Tastes like bacon. I can't disagree with them. So, and some species also develop and go, hey, I like both these things. I like a more well-balanced meal personally. Why? If the first species, let's say, the first microbe is eating, let's just say it's eating plants. It's just eating plants. That makes the most sense, right? Or other proto-plants, not other versions of itself, right? It hasn't become a carnivore. A cannibal. It's because it would have to be eating itself, by the way. No, it's eating plants. Okay. Well, why wouldn't it just stay eating plants then? Why would carnivores evolve? Now we understand that carnivores are necessary at culling populations of herbivores and omnivores, right? Sure, okay. Because that's the is. But if we go back far enough and we're not applying any sort of intelligent design, or this is all random mutation, then it doesn't make much sense for a species who has this will to survive and gets to a certain point that has a high rate of survivability. It makes no sense for that thing to evolve past that point. Now you might say, well, maybe the plants got scarce, so the organisms that couldn't get to the plants started eating the other ones that got to the plants. That sounds like a good idea, right? Sounds nice, but that means that they'd have to evolve the ability to eat other organisms real quickly, by the way, or else they would just die off. The first one who took a nibble and was like, well, I guess we can do this too. And successfully over time, right? If plants got abundant again, they would just go back to eating plants, you'd think, right? Game theory kind of suggests that. Oops.
The spectrum from yellow to red. Yellow to orange. So when along that have you transitioned from yellow to orange? Is there a particular point?
Random mutation produces the beginning of a
Yeah, sharks are older than dinosaurs, right? Or really what they are is just dinosaurs who didn't die off. Like crocodiles and turtles and a whole bunch of other organisms that, didn't die off when everything else died off. Those ones didn't. The other ones did. They didn't, though. Why? Come on. Don't be stupid. What are you doing, asking questions, you idiot? Come on. Please. Whitaker says, I never believed in evolution. Thus, in grade school, I avoided science, especially biology. After graduating, I began reading Omni, Scientific American, etc. Weird. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And gentle reminder, folks, send me over your super chat, especially on Streamlabs, so I can go into town because Daddy wants a beer. I want to send me your money. If we hit that goal, 180, I'll do a call-in show next week. And also, it means I get to go down to town and have myself some adult beverages. So when my wife can ask me what I did today, I can say,
I drank a beer. I drank another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers. Oh no. 5 beers. Oh no. 6 beers. 7 beers. 8 beers. 9 beers.
it's also, as you see the title of that goal is a redemption fund, because, you know, some people out there have called me a grifter. And, you know, fine, I'll wear the label. But I guess I haven't really been a very good grifter. My bank account says I have not grifted very successfully. So therefore, redeem this grifter. Make me the best grifter out there. There we go. Sending some memberships over. Appreciate you. What we got here? Stand Up. Oh my goodness. Stand Up Paddle Animal Rescue 332 has become a member. God bless.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Liver. How does it mechanically do that?
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Damn.
Thank you, Whitticus.
You understand that there are chemical processes within a living organism, right?
Yes, but not all, they weren't always there, right?
In order to be alive, you have to have chemical processes.
Okay, so not all chemical processes evolved. You had to start with just life, or what?
So evolution is not about abiogenesis. If you want to debate abiogenesis,
I didn't say that.
That's a different debate.
I didn't say that.
So, no, but you're being obstructive and you're interrupting me again.
Stop crying.
In order to try and derail my explanation. There are chemical processes inside organisms. Some of these.
What these guys don't get is Jim Bob's just making it interesting. Because if we just sat here and listened to this guy, people would just click off. They're like, no one really cares. Jim Bob's making it fun.
Some of the chemical byproducts of these processes
and you should play along and make it even funner.
The organisms that can develop mechanisms for binding those toxins and transporting them out through the membrane, they enjoy an advantage over organisms that can't. Therefore, you see the development of chemicals that will...
Again, advantage is a metaphysical claim. What's the advantage? They get to eat more than others, I guess. But if both species end up existing in tandem, then better doesn't matter. They're not outperforming. You take proto-deer and proto-wolf, and they're both evolving alongside each other, right? And proto-wolf is eating proto-deer, and both are developing and adapting and becoming better at, you know, one's becoming better at hunting the deer, and the other, and the deer is becoming better at avoiding the wolf, until they level off into what we have today that we recognize as wolf and deer, and they haven't moved since, even though they're both still in the environment, and wolf is still eating deer. Better at what?
React and select
Advantage at what?
harmful material and transport it to somewhere where it can be excreted. So I don't see where the implacable obstacle is that can't be overcome through simple perturbation.
Blood Logo says that this PhD guy is actually younger than Jim Bob. That's just what atheism does to you. Ages you and makes you lose your hair. I can see it.
Well, I mean, it sounds like, and this.
And again, more proof. Balding men, dangerous. Bald men are fine. Men who've gone bald or accepted it and just shaved the head, whatever remaining hair, they're like, screw it. They're fine. Balding men, bitches, each and every time. Jason Scholl, become a member. My goodness, thank you so much. Jason Scholl's asking for, I don't know.
I drank a beer. I drank another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers. Oh no. 5 beers. Oh no. 6 beers. 7 beers. 8 beers. 9 beers.
And Harry Ludwig coming up with a big Mironchuck gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you, Harry. Everybody say thank you, Harry. Give me some W's in the chat for Harry. Okay. We'll play a little bit more of the Jim Bob. Let's let the alert go. And hang on a second. I actually should change that to For Life, really. But we'll play this a little bit more, and then we'll switch over to Alex O'Connor. I think, no. Let's go to Dillahunty. I think we're having fun smacking some people down.
This is similar with populations.
Also, send your Streamlabs, send your tips, donations over on Streamlabs, and you're going to get yourself a bit of Ric Flair. Woo! Having a hard time keeping these alligators down. So if you want a little bit of that action, send it on for Streamlabs. $2, $5, $10, doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be a big deal.
Our argument is that we can only affirm and talk about evolution if you already have populations. But the problem with that view is populations, as you see them from the evolutionary view, are products of previous populations. So the thing I want the audience to notice is constant in my debates with evolution proponents is that they grant themselves fully functional operations of populations, not just the grand scale of the population itself, like a set of apes or a set of Pakicetus or wolves or anything else. Everything that's internally happening inside them, Tony grants that too. And I ask a simple question. He says, for things to be alive, they have to have all of these functions. By the way, if that's true, then there is a set of functions that were already there to begin with. That means that evolution didn't produce the functions. So under Tony's epistemology, he actually can't tell me whether or not the thing called the protoliver was always there or not from the start, like an eternal protoliver, or it was the process of random mutation. It actually produced itself into existence. This is why asking the question, well, what happened before that? They spurg out and they say, oh, we're talking about abiogenesis. Well, we're not really. We're just taking your own view, Tony.
Abiogenesis is to a lot of these evolution guys is basically like flat Earth, right? That's their spooky wookie. Oh, you believe in that? You must be a knuckle dragger. Oh, what are you? Oh, a Kasha Bogan scientist? It's because their narrative fails, and but it's their worldview, and they've spent a lot of time and energy substantiating this worldview, so they can't let it go. Anything but God.
And if it's the case that populations, like a population of giraffes, that's a biological effect. That is something we see as a phenomenon, a collection of giraffes. That's a phenomenon we see. Under the evolutionary view, Tony, you have to say that phenomenon called a population was produced by evolution. But the thing is, you can't. That's it. Like, you just can't do it.
Cool dude says atheists. Hang on, let's do this. Atheists think that we should model society after bonobos. Just screw everything. I'm not kidding. Yeah, I know. It's I remember those comments. Oh, we got another one. We got a live one here. Stand up, Puddle Animal Rescue. Does Ric Flair only woo for Streamlabs, or can I get a woo for this super chat? You can get yourself a woo. Get yourself a Ric Flair woo, no problem, my friend. It's weird how these things don't update. Strange. Let's try that again. Refresh. No? Oh, anyways. Okay, where are we going from here? We are going from, and thank you to everyone who donated to the Happy Wife, Happy Life Fund, the Redemption Fund, whatever you want to call it. Every little bit helps, so I appreciate each and every one of you. So, let's get to this. Matt Dillahunty. Remember this guy? Andrew Wilson fans will know how Dillahunty rage quit on Andrew Wilson when Andrew Wilson basically called him out for having relationships with a troon man-woman. So, he's confused. Let's put it that way. He's more of one of those classic atheists of yesteryear, of the new atheist crew who didn't get involved in the cool guy club, right? He wasn't there with Hitchens and Dawkins and Sam Harris. I'm sure he's talked to them and he's been on panels with them, but he wasn't part of the Four Horsemen, the original Four Horsemen of the new atheists, which is Dawkins, Hitchens, Sam Harris, and Daniel Dennett. And apparently they're going to invite what's her name, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, to that classic video that blew up and became, the thing, a new atheist group, and but she was busy. Funny enough, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who started off as a Muslim, or was born a Muslim, I guess, in Sudan, and had to deal with that sort of barbarism, became an atheist, which I can understand why, and became an apostate and had to worry about her life, has now become a Christian. Oops. I gotta get an oops soundboard, but yeah, things happen. So here is from Daily Dose of Wisdom. Here is Matt Dillahunty debating Glenn Scriver. Scriver's taking the Christian claim, and Dillahunty's going to argue against it. And this basically gets us into secular morality, or the lack thereof, which is an interesting exchange, because Dillahunty has to go where he doesn't want to go, but has to logically go, which we always know that creates Dillahunty spurts. So let's watch a little bit of this.
All human beings are worthy of provision and protection. All of them. Right? Would you agree with that? All members of the human family, no matter what their achievements, no matter what their attributes, all members of the human family are worthy of all provision and protection.
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. That's a problem.
You say Hitler comes to me and says, you wouldn't believe how much better our society is off now that we're eliminating these people. Then you have to go back and look at it and say, okay, what have you lost? You have to point to something where they're adding value to society.
So they have to achieve, they have to add value. But they don't have value.
Yeah.
The conversation that you're about to watch.
Oops. Now, if you go back to the original, what I was talking about in the beginning, is that when you start to get into the Christian frame, the Orthodox frame, I'll speak personally, one of the things you're confronted with is the idea that you're not important. You're not all that important. We're fleas, basically, in life. But we're God's fleas. We're God's creation. So we're not important individually. You shouldn't be so prideful. That's where your humility check comes in. However, you do have value because we are God's creation, and we just happen to be his favorite one. We are the most blessed. We are to become saints and become one with God. That's different than all other species and all other parts of creation. We are unique in that category. But don't get too prideful about you, the person, because you, the person, aren't that important. But you do have value. That's the rub. And that's something that is only really substantiated within Christianity. No other religion has exactly that. It's particular to Christianity. This is why the claim that we all worship the same God cannot be true. Because from the Christian frame, and again, from God becoming man, coming down as the Son, and sacrificing himself, humbling himself massively to sacrifice himself for all of us, so we all may enter the kingdom, right? And be given a pathway to become saints, a pathway to theosis, if we choose to follow it. That sticking point creates all of morality that we know as we know it in the West. And as we can see, as we mixing cultures who are not Christian, not even nominally Christian, not even just some different sect of Christian, but not Christian at all, or anti-Christian, anti-Christ in some cases, they don't meld. They don't do well. Their base morality is at odds with this claim that we're not important, but we have value. That's not even the same in all Abrahamic traditions. The Jews don't believe that. Muslims don't believe that. Only Christians do.
Features what is maybe the best ever, at least the best that I've seen, conversation between an atheist and a Christian about morality and how objective morality actually does.
Yeah, and they mentioned Mustache Man quite a bit. I don't know how this is going to play on YouTube. So send me your money. This video might get demonetized or deranked or who knows what. Hey, YouTube. I'm not saying it. I'm playing the video. Fair use. They mentioned okay? Not me. They do. They do. Okay? So don't hurt me. Don't take it out on me. Go knock on Dillahunty's door.
Point us to the
interrupt his little troon festivities.
Existence of God. Now, Matt Dillahunty is going to try to dodge and avoid this logical conclusion in a number of ways, but watch how Glenn Scrivener slowly corners him into the logically necessary conclusion here. Let's get into this.
The fact that we seem to have a desire for meaning, purpose, value, all of those things, he'll use as evidence for the God, because that serves as an explanation for it. I can do that with that exact same example. The reason that Glenn sees God as the justification for that is because he's uncomfortable with the possibility that there isn't an explanation for it, or that this isn't some sort of universal truth. So a preference for wait.
You said that he uses God as an explanation for morality, but you can do the same thing without God. But yet he's uncomfortable with the idea that not only is God not required, but there may be no answer. Huh? What? Is there an answer or isn't there an answer? If there's an answer to why morality sans God, not God, right? Morality is go backwards, right? Anything but God, right? So the is not fallacy. Well, what's the not? You'd have to come up with some idea or some concept as to how we just came up with a universal form of morality across time and space. Again, golden rule, right? If you want to even remove Christianity from the conversation, just go, all the cultures who all had religion up until a point, and some of theirs are really clinging to it, but whatever, but they all seem to follow the golden rule. Well, why the golden rule? The golden rule then becomes objective. Let me press play. I'll be right back.
Intrinsic human dignity gets you to, hey, if there was a God, there would be human dignity because this God is guaranteeing it. And so that same circular preference is there. I'm just eliminating both of them and saying, I'm going to go ahead because I care about human beings and I value human beings because I am one, and say whether there's a God or not, this is what I'm going to go for. And if there's a God that has a better way, they can demonstrate it. Why isn't a Damascus Road experience good enough for everybody?
So the moral argument for God's existence is not that we need some kind of arbitrary moral figure who has some whims and he will enforce them at the point of hell, and therefore it would be better if we want to live in a moral world to believe in such a God. The moral argument for God's existence is there is an objective realm of moral values. And the explanation for that objective realm of moral values is not going to be a material cause, because morals are not material things, right? Moral values are not reducible to just biological reality, and thank God for that, because biological reality is the survival of the fittest, okay? But moral values are something distinct from biological values, natural values. You cannot get from those natural values to the ethical values. You can't get.
Cooperation, right? Game theory is great for understanding cooperation between two nodes, right? Competition until neither side can win, and therefore they will cooperate to achieve goal, right? This is like standard building blocks for game theory. Here's the thing, right? Game theory, as it's been designed, has been designed as from the is, that we have these things. We have cooperation and competition. That's an is. So again, we're going to go backwards and go, well, we're just going to say that because this is, therefore it must be necessary. But they can't substantiate that. Materialists can't substantiate that from their frame. Because technically from their frame, from a subjective frame, everything is possible at any time. Also from their frame would actually, if you want to substantiate Christianity and Christian morals and the structure of Christianity as an evolutionary step towards something that is more cooperative and a more cohesive narrative to hold humanity together and make them more productive, then why would we evolve past that point? It works, right? It's undeniably works. Does it work for everybody? Probably not. Obviously not. But when it does work and is applied to a civilization, golly gee gosh, we get Sistine Chapels, we get Hagia Sophias, we get majestic civilizations that go around for over 1,000 years. Byzantium, the list goes on. You remove that thing, and all of a sudden you get the Soviet Union. We have examples. This isn't just conjecture. Byzantium, Soviet Union. Which would you rather live in? The culture that produced the Hagia Sophia or the culture that produced the Gulag? Ooh.
Get from an is to an ought. And you sure can't get from preferences to an ought. You can't get from a like to an ought.
Of course you can. You can always get from preferences to an ought.
No, you can only get from preferences to another preference. It just becomes another preference just backed up with force.
Force doctrine. Andrew Wilson. Should be listening to this one.
He says that you can get from an is to an ought, but listen to how he defines that bridge being crossed and see if you can recognize the massive problem here in his reasoning.
The problem is, well, all right, we're not going to necessarily. So first of all, I don't think we disagree on the is ought dilemma. But as soon as you get into preferences, that's the objection. The reason you can't get from an is.
No, look, Dillahunty's going to try to argue against all of philosophy, against Hegelian philosophy, against the liberal frame itself. You know, this is a standard bearer of philosophy. You cannot get from an is to an ought because you don't know what the ought should be, right? If you say, well, the is suffering, the is hunger, so we ought not have hunger. Okay, that's a claim. I would prefer there not to be hunger because we say that hunger equals suffering and suffering equals bad. How are you making these claims? Why? Why are you making these claims? What's your justification? Because you don't like it. Your preference is people shouldn't suffer. Suffering equals bad. That's your preference. Now, again, I don't think Dillahunty would actually observe that, but here's where he troggles. He just gives himself objective claims and makes them subjective at the same time. Because if suffering is bad, that's an objective claim. Bad is an objective category. It has to be bad across time at all places. It can't just be bad sometimes and not bad other times. And as we know, a lot of times suffering, which is a big giant term, but oftentimes suffering leads to innovation. Sometimes suffering good. And in Orthodox Christianity, suffering is necessary. You need to suffer to become closer to God. Not only is it necessary, it just is. You can't fix it. It's not fixable. It's like breathing air. Eat spicy food, have spicy poops. Okay? This is just how it works. Didn't invent the rules, it's just what you got. So, the ought claim would even become an objective claim then. But you can't have that in his framework. He just said, everything's subjective. Everything's mutable. Everything can change over time. So your ought claim doesn't mean anything. All there is the is. Because what we ought to do to combat hunger today may not be what we have to do to combat hunger in 10, 20, 30 years. We have new technology. We don't need that ought claim anymore. Or we find out that actually hunger and a certain level of starvation is necessary to keep human populations at a steady rate. Maybe that's a mechanism. I'm just talking from the materialist frame. So your end of suffering thing could be leading to greater suffering. What do they often say? Population booms in many cultures we're down to like medicine and hygiene. Let's just say that's true, and we say, well, overpopulation of the earth is a bad thing, right, from their frame, that means medication and hygiene, which leads to higher populations, are also bad. They're a cause. So then we should say, well, we should just get rid of medicine and hygiene. Let nature take its course. Right? Oops.
The odd is that you have to inject a preference. It's injecting the preference that gets you to the odd. I would like to live in a world where this happens, therefore...
Wait. Here's the backpedal now. He said that, no, you don't need... Originally he said that, no, preferences aren't required to get into odd. And now he's saying, oh, yeah, but preferences are always required, and that's a good thing. And it's been like 5 minutes with this guy.
I ought to do that. The objection on the is-ought thing is this thing, if I start with the foundation of I would like to, it's not a problem with what it leads to, but why should I like to?
With the power, I suppose, is what I'm Glenn is saying. If the person in power, say the Hitler, simply has a very different conception of what the best is for his life compared to your life, then do you have any moral, if you like, force to say you're doing something wrong? Isn't he just going with his preferences as opposed to your preferences?
Yes.
You can see the gears turning here. He's going, is it really good for me to be saying that Hitler says, I would like there to be a world without any Jews, therefore I ought to go about doing the Holocaust? I think that the chickens are coming home to roost here. Let's keep watching this.
So what is it that's up here?
Again, right, we could from one frame to another. If everything is subjective, then HH's claim is just as valid as anyone else's claim. Now, he may be wrong in terms of that his solution, the final one, doesn't actually lead to what he thinks it's going to. But he can't know that from his is. That's the problem with the ought. That's why you can't get the ought from the is. Because you say, well, the is the deteriorate situation. We're going to blame this group for our situation. Therefore, the ought is remove that group and situation gets better. Right? There's your premises. From his starting position, that's completely rational and reasonable. Now, from another box, we go, that's monstrous and horrible. No, you should just live with the condition because your solution is worse than the condition itself. And that's a fine thing to say from another frame, but the person occupying the first frame might go, no, I think the situation is pretty bad, and I kind of just want to get rid of that group. My preference dictates that I get rid of that group and see what happens. Maybe it gets better. I think it's going to get better. I'm pretty sure it's going to get better. 110, 111 times, whatever. We'll try it out. See what happens. You can't... If you're saying that human beings don't have intrinsic value, because that's actually what your argument is, you can't do that to this group because they have value. And the other person go, why? Why do they have value? Where is this value? Is there a number above their head or something? What? Why? Why do human beings have value in your frame? It gets back to evolution. If we're just a temporary standing point between evolutionary processes, we don't have value. We're only valuable for the thing that descends from us in the future. But as we know, species just die out sometimes. It's just what happens. Oops. So maybe the Enzies were just a biological process. They're just culling. Dillahunty.
That says those preferences are better and those preferences are worse. What is that?
This is the objection that's often launched.
Better and worse.
So I could sit down with Hitler. I wouldn't, because he's dead. But I could sit down with Hitler, and if we could find the thing that we agree about, that we care about, we can then demonstrate which one of our preferences are in conflict with that. Because what we do as human beings is often delude ourselves. And we look at our preferences and assume they're right, but they're going to conflict with something foundational, which is basically at the beginning of that superiority to secular morality talk. I talked about how you could begin with, let's say, 3 foundational premises. Life is generally preferable to death. Health is generally preferable to sickness. And pleasure is generally preferable to pain. None of them are universally true. Sometimes pain is preferable. Sometimes death may be preferable, which is why I support death with dignity for people who no longer have any hope of a...
But again, what's preferable? Preferable to whom? Okay, death with dignity, right? Canadian healthcare. Again, preferable to whom? To the person who's suffering, or to their family who may not be ready for them to go? Whose needs supersede the others? Why? Dignity itself. This dignity thing. Where is it? Where is dignity? Where does it exist? Is the slug does the slug have as much rights to dignity as the eagle? As a human, as a Gentile, as a Jew, as a who? Where is this dignity thing? Metaphysical claim. You just grant it. Is dignity subjective or objective? Is there an objective qualification for dignity? A standard? When does dignity become indignity? When does humility become humiliation? When is an insult become? When is a jab become go from a joke to an insult? Where is this thing? Agnostic says, "Is this a Christian channel?" Yes, it is.
Of a quality of life and with their individual autonomy and control over their own life. But you can begin with those and you can build something. But you can start with anything. You could start with death is better than life, and what you get to is extinction. Sure. And so if I find something, I think Hitler probably, I mean, there's the old joke, Hitler probably loved his mother too. Hitler probably valued human life, just had justifications for excluding certain others.
Right. And you think you could reason Hitler into...
I don't know that I necessarily could, because there are people...
Well, we all do that, though, right? We all exclude other... would Dillahunty then just exclude the Enzies? All human beings who fall into this category... Let's say all criminals who fall in... Sorry, all human beings who fall into category criminal for legal reasons, or, they're now criminal. They're removed from society and put into a box, right? That's the standard bearer. Which is a issue of violence. I mean, it's not the H cost, sure, but I mean, it's removing them from their families and all the rest of it, putting them into an indignant situation, which is prison. Even if the prison's quite modern and nice and reformed and all the rest of it, it's still not a place where people voluntarily go for a weekend. I'm just gonna go to prison. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna go for vacation? Oh, prison. Really? Yeah, I've heard such nice things. No. So we're perfectly fine with categorizing whole sections of people for their actions, perceived or otherwise, as enemy, problem, someone to be removed, distanced from. Right? That's not immoral. By Dillahunty standards. It's necessary. It's regrettable, perhaps, but there you go. Okay. So, what if someone's just like, spare the prison? Well, look, we're going to put them into a workers' camp. Same thing. Oops. Because again, human beings can't have subjective value. Or if they do, then it's down to who's in charge and who has the ability to enact their subjective value onto others. Who's going to be the standard bearer of morality? Because they're just going to say, well, it's moral because I say so, and because I got the guys with the guns. You're not in charge, and you don't have the other guys with the guns, so you're kind of have to just deal with my morality now.
To his way.
It might be.
It might be the case that Hitler could reason you into his way of thinking. That's a fairly awkward thing to admit on the internet.
Agnostic, I don't deal with Redditier comments. Come up with something interesting or shove off, mate.
I'm not saying that that's not necessarily the case. I'm saying if you can show that what your actions are and the things that you're justifying are in conflict with a foundation that you agree with, that's where the problem is.
Right, and what if it's the establishment of the master race, because if the fittest do survive, then wouldn't it be nice if the fittest should survive? Like, we take that hop, skip, and a jump, and
sure, and then you ask what criteria are you using to determine fittest?
And again, we're having a symposium when we should be fighting a war, and this is.
No, no, we should always be having a symposium so we don't have to fight wars. Why would anybody ever say we should be fighting a war?
You sound like Neville Chamberlain. You know,
Well, yeah, but we should be fighting a war if we have to fight a war. Conflicts happen. Conflicts happen and become unresolved. Unresolved conflicts left over time between two groups with the ability to wage war will wage war. Again, is odds, right? War is and is. War exists. It happens. It's one of the big constants of our fallen nature, which is war exists. So, you can say it ought not, and that's fine. You can say it ought not, but how would you prevent it? Through dialogue, you say. Well, that also doesn't work, because obviously not all diplomacy and dialogue prevents wars. So, if one side is like not interested in talking, then you get yourself a war usually, right? Russia, Ukraine, and all the other things. Israel, Gaza. Did they just not know how to, they just lost the ability to talk? They forgot that part. Not interested in the conversation anymore. Oh, well, there you go. If the starting position is, we don't want to talk to you, then you're going to have war. It's not a defense of it. It's just an is. You can't get to the ought claim, that there ought not be. It's like, okay, well, how would you not get it? Well, then you'd have to somehow have an end of all conflicts. See how this also just ends up being authoritarianism, where it's going to prevent you from having conflicts somehow.
Found peace in our time with Hitler because I'm going to sit down with him.
Well,
and
I'm sorry that advocating for reasoning rather than blowing crap up is so anathema.
I think we tried to reason with him.
I'm not saying. See this. Okay, here's where the confusion is. I'm not saying after the war started, send Matt in and he can sit down with Hitler. Solve
He's very clever.
We're using a precise example to talk about a more abstract one, which is essentially, let's say you and I disagree on, you want to take some action. You want to exterminate some portion of the population. The process that I'm advocating for is for us to figure out what shared foundation we have, if any, which we'll find something shared, and show which one of us is more in conflict with and which one of us is more in keeping with that foundation. Is it always going to be the case? No. But
why would that matter? Why would a conflict or non-conflict with a position matter for the position to be true? I can be in conflict with reality. I can be in conflict with my budget, my body, my health, whatever. I can be in some sort of form of conflict. That doesn't change the reality. I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. None of these things have to. I can be disagreeable, as I usually am, about a whole bunch of things. It doesn't change the reality of that thing. And just because maybe if I'm in conflict with it and you're not, okay, who cares? Good for you. You want a cookie? It doesn't change the truth. Octavian, good to see you in the chat. The fittest amoeba left the soup and bathed in another soup. While bathing in it, had relations with another amoeba and magically became a kidney, and then the kidney left the soup. We all evolved just to get the kidneys out of the soup. That was it. The will to the kidney. We just will to survive. We needed to survive so we could develop kidneys. And once we develop kidneys, we're like, okay, good. Oh, glad that's done. Man, it was pretty dicey there before a while. We only had one, and that wasn't cooking it. We had to develop the second one asymmetrically to the other one. That was a lot of work, guys. Congratulations, everyone around. High fives. You done well. Thank you.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you so much, baby. So keep sending those super chats in, folks. $2. Buy membership. Just send $2. Don't let everyone. There's all the same names who keep sending money, and I appreciate you guys. And don't stop. But all the rest of you lurking around, this Christian guy, agnostic, who created the Christian God? Send me some money, and I'll answer your question.
You asked how you would actually solve that, and I would. And if it didn't work, I'd kill him.
And if well-being, just very vaguely just defined, if well-being is the metric that we're using, and if Hitler could say, "Oh, we are so much better off without the disabled," you have no idea. You know, we're soaring our industry, our numbers are through the.
Iceland does this all the time, right? Iceland uses techniques to determine if you're going to have most likely going to have a child with Down syndrome, and then promotes not having that child. That's just a form of eugenics, because they're saying, look, society's better if we ought not have kids with Down syndrome. Right? And they have their reasons. Small population, right? Probably a bit of inbreeding going on there too, but like relatively small population, that in order to continue this Icelandic culture people group, well, it's going to, produce occasionally genetics that we don't want in our gene pool. So we're just going to... Otherwise, really nice people, right? I like Bjork. It's nice. But, yeah, they practice it all the time. Oops.
Roof, our well-being is doing incredibly well once we eliminate the sick, the weak, the handicapped. Is he right at that point?
Well, that's when you go through and you talk about what data are you looking at to define well-being, because
what data?
Yeah.
You're having that conversation about the data because he's just told you I've eliminated the handicapped.
It's not like I'm talking. No.
Okay, because it is happening right now. Okay, there is a Down syndrome population for
Agnostic. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to send me a super chat, and if you don't, I'm just going to boot you because you're just kind of waste of space. Either pay me some money to be in the chat, or GTFO. For
instance, that's being
because you're boring. You're boring. But if you're boring and paying me, I'll pay attention to you. If you're just boring, I'll just boot you. It's that simple.
Eliminated globally right now, and we're having a conversation about it. Okay, and I think it's better to have a conversation than to blow people up and all that sort of stuff. But it's
why is it better? I mean, from the Christian frame, we understand why it's better. But from a secular frame, why is just blowing people up not an elegant solution? It ends conflict, right? If people know, if you get into conflict with me, I'm going to blow up your house. Maybe you just don't have a conflict with me anymore, right? Mind your P's and Q's when I'm around a little bit. Just, how you doing, sir? Appreciate you. Look, I love the cardigan.
Very live issue. I mean, it's not just the Godwin's rule.
I'm just going with the example that you say. Hitler comes to me and says, "You wouldn't believe how much better our society is off now that we're eliminating these people." Then you have to go back and look at it and say, okay, what have you lost? Is your society better, and are you just looking at the short term? Did you, in fact, how do you know that you didn't lose a cure for disease? How do you know that you're not worse off because it has fundamentally changed your psyche? How do you know that you're not worse off because you've lost art, because
How do you know that a cure for disease is actually benefit? Maybe diseases are actually necessary. Again, culling numbers, right? All you're thinking on this level. You're not thinking about that level. So maybe diseases like cancer and all the rest of it are a good thing. If you're thinking about population controls, which you'd have to come from a subjective humanist worldview, because you're just nature, right? We're just organisms. We have no special value or ontology, or we're not image bearers or things. Nothing really special about us. We're just unique in the animal kingdom, but maybe other animals will catch up to us eventually. There's apes using tools in the Amazon. Maybe just evolve into another form of human given enough time, right? Doesn't really matter. So none of it matters. The art doesn't matter. None of these things matter because you have no subjective. You're saying, well, what if you're losing out on art? Well, what if it was bad art? What if you just happen to kill all the bad artists? Because we have to agree that there's good art and bad art, beneficial art that promotes and is beneficial for society, and others that maybe not so much. Again, ought claim. Even that. Why is art good? Because you like it? Because it's pretty? You like it on your wall? You like to listen to music? Cool, that's awesome. Why is it good? Dillahunty. Why? How do you substantiate the good of it, the value of it? If we don't have value, then nothing we do has value intrinsically. You just like it. It's a preference. But you don't even like all of it. You only like the stuff that you like. You don't like the whole category of music. You know, if rap didn't, I'm not a big fan of rap and hip hop. If that just didn't exist tomorrow, I wouldn't even notice. I wouldn't care. I would be like, oh no. Wouldn't bother me.
You've lost human connection. It's not just, see, this is one of the problems that you could point out to people that are going down there. Well-being is not just, what's my financial
those people's lives
well-being?
worth something?
Jason Scholl being a better Christian than me in the chat. Appreciate you.
Even if they didn't.
You know what that means.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
That's right, sir. Keep sending those super chats in, especially on Streamlabs, so I can go down to town and get myself a few adult beverages.
Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer, more vodka, more whiskey, and more beer.
Yeah.
Give me a hell yeah. What? What?
Are all great works of art. Even if they just, sat around and consumed all the resources that all the able-bodied people were doing.
If somebody sat around and did nothing but consume, I don't know how you could consider that as adding value. You have to point to something where they're adding value to society.
So they have to achieve, they have to add value. But they don't have value.
Well, again, from the secular framework, what is value? Is this valuable or not?
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
$2 from Jason Scholl. See, leading the way. Just $2 for weeks. Not that hard. Not that, you don't have to give much. Just wet my beak. That's all we need to do. Yeah. Is this valuable? Is that valuable? What is valuable? Right? Let's say you don't drink. Well, bars aren't valuable to you then. Alcohol, the whole alcohol business. That's not valuable to you. You don't watch wrestling, not valuable. If wrestling went away, you wouldn't care. Are they adding value or not adding value? Well, they're adding value to the people who care about that, who enjoy it. Is there bad things that happen from it? Sure. If we're talking about alcohol, sure, there's alcoholism and a whole bunch of other things that can happen, drunk driving, etc. But for those who really enjoy a fine glass of wine and can pontificate, this used to be me, by the way, who can really pontificate. I used to be a sommelier. It's a wonderful thing. It's poetic. It's beautiful. Oh, joie de vivre. But you enjoy it. It adds value to one's life, to one's meal, to the bonne vie of life. Poetry. Does it add value? Well, not to people who don't like it. People who don't read Shakespeare see no value in Shakespeare. See? Problem. No solution from the materialistic frame.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying when I say that there's no intrinsic value to it, but that I value human life, and that everybody, almost everybody.
But who's I? You, Matt Dillahunty.
I'm speaking specifically for me, but also
if
I
someone
think
else doesn't. You try to reason them out of it, but
yes, but he just proved his point, saying I value it, and everyone should value it. Everyone ought to value human life, at least to the level that Dillahunty does. But he also just said that people have to add value in the world to be valuable. So, the big question here is, do you think that there is an objective claim to human value, to human life? If human life is objectively valuable, no matter what they do or how they do it, they have some form of value in this world. So the criminal and the PDF and the NZ and all the things, right? They all have, because they're all human, have intrinsic value. Now they can do things and act in a way that is discordant to our agreed upon morality and our framework, which has to come from somewhere, by the way, and we're getting to that, but since it has to come from somewhere, and it can't just be anything but God somewhere, because again, you're going to get into objective claims, and that doesn't work with materialism. The only objective claim that materialism rests upon is that materialism or nominalism is true. That materia is real, objectively real. Everything else is just byproducts of that. So there is no metaphysical claim. It's just a byproduct of our brain, or the mind, of our chemical minds. Brain in a skull jar. When you're down to that level of analysis, a whole bunch of irregularities crop up. Because again, Dillahunty can claim he values human life. It's like, prove it. How do you prove that you value human life? By saying you do? Cool. What are you doing to preserve the value of human life, or to increase it, or do something with it? If you believe it's subjective, therefore you can point to someone who's not adding value to humanity and saying that that person has less value than the person who's giving a great deal of value to human society, which again is a subjective claim, because if you're not tying what is valuable for society, the ought, where do you get how do you know? Is Elon Musk's Tesla cars valuable to society? You can have whatever your feelings about Elon Musk, the human being, is, but he's building this Tesla company. Is it valuable to human society? How would you know? You can't see 100 or 200 years from now. What if his cars basically get developed down the road into bombs? Oops. Can't know that. So you have to basically just start with an objective claim that all human life has value, because we are created in the image of God. You have to substantiate it with something that is greater than us and is an objective claim. This is the biggest problem with evolution. It's also one of the biggest problems with anything but Godisms. The not claims. Because it removes objective morality, objective value, objective metaphysics from the conversation. And when you do that, well, then HH is right, Stalin was right. From their frame, from their world, from their point of view, they were doing the right thing. The Empire was right. Obi-Wan even says this, from his point of view, from a certain point of view, all these things are true, factual, good, righteous, justifiable. Vengeful son. The problem with the vengeful son is it's going to feel good, because whoever is using it, whoever taps into that resentful vengeance and desire to tear things down, will justify it from their side. They're saying, we are suffered. We are put upon. The Troons are put upon. The liberals are put upon. The right wing is put upon. Resentfulness for the situation. Resentfulness for not having what was promised. For not achieving more than their parents. Resentful to the boomers. Resentful to, the list goes on. And from their side, whatever they end up doing to ratify that situation will be justified, and they will defend it as justice. Not as vengeance, but justice. Luigi Mangione, whatever his name is, felt justified in getting rid of that healthcare CEO because of the pain he was in. But there's something in that where we go, I don't want to feel selfish or deal with that pride and that claim that's coming from me, so I'm going to put it out there. It's not me, it's them. I don't feel evil, they're evil, and I'm justified in doing evil to them. It's where we get to without objective claims of morality. Every single time.
What do you, okay, see, you sit there and you, okay, let's try it. I don't value human life. Change my mind.
Look at the Nazis. Look at that vision of humanity.
I don't care. I don't value human life. Change my mind.
You have yourself a humanity that has dignity. You might not believe it right now.
I don't. Change my mind.
Oh, let's swear.
I'm trying to change your mind by saying...
Diamond ring wearing. Kiss stealing. Wheeling dealing. Limousine ride. Jet flying. Son of a gun. And I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. They give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Says Anonymous, send me $10. Whoever the Anonymous is, I think is maybe Whitaker's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Send it over Streamlabs, folks. Puts it right in my pocket. That way I can go down to town and get me some beer.
And without achievements, without attributes, without contributing a penny of money, without expending a calorie of effort.
I worry, by the way, that this is going to get cut as if this is really me saying this when it's not.
And I'm counseling you or something. Yeah, I'm your therapist.
But it is your position. It is your position. Ultimately, it's your position. And even let's give Dillahunty some grace here, right? And say, okay, Matt, it may not be your position, right? You don't have this position. But you have nothing within your frame that prevents other people from having that position. You're saying, I don't value life, change my mind, right? He's taking that position. Right? He's taking that, he's becoming the straw man on that one. Okay, great, cool. Here's your problem, is that those people like that exist in the world. How are you changing their mind from secularism? From your preferences? Because this guy's now stumbling over his words and trying to be artistic about it. The simple thing is, I don't value life, change my mind. It's like, okay, well, then you're going to go to hell. You're going to live in hell. And hell is here, by the way. It's also there, but it's here. God says, don't do that, so don't do it, because then bad things happen. Do you want bad things to happen to you? Gosh, no. Well, then don't do that. Well, that sounds overly simplistic. Yeah. Oh, people in the past have done this. Yeah, they were wrong. Yeah, they got it wrong. They did it wrong. Yeah, they were bad Christians. They screwed that up. Well, Christianity can't prevent everyone from doing that. True, they can't. Christianity does not prevent everyone from sinning and doing bad things. True, granted, but it does prevent a lot of people from doing that. Even if it was a slim majority. Even with 55% of people who are prevented from doing a bad thing because of their belief in God, that's a far better thing than having a secular thing that you're just hoping people just don't do that. Because of legalism. Oh, well, if we catch you, yeah, if you catch me. And maybe I hate my life and hate reality so much and have such great resentment that I don't even care about going to jail. What do you do then? Maybe I just really want to burn things down. Maybe. Where in secularism do you have a moral conditioning that you can say, don't do that? Not because you care about us, fine, don't care about us, but you should care about yourself in the here and now and for eternity. Do you want to burn in hell for eternity? And by hell, I mean in God's perfect love? Do you want to burn because you're holding on to your sins and not repenting? Do you really want to do that? Does that sound like a good idea? Gosh, no? Yeah, so don't do the thing. Don't justify that stuff. Repent. Get humble. Go to liturgy. Talk to your priest.
The funny thing is that it is really him saying this. He's just kind of going into a slightly more caricaturized version of what he's actually saying, but he is actually saying that. He literally just spent 10 minutes saying that humans don't have intrinsic value, but that they're only valuable, that we are only valuable, that any person is only valuable to the extent that they're able to contribute something to society. I mean, that's literally what he just said. And then there's another thing here that's so important is when they kind of go into the little role play here, Glenn basically has to appeal to a biblical portrait of what a human being is. And Matt plays the same game that he always plays, which is, I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced. And what's so ironic and also horrifying about that is that ultimately, yes, you either do have to actually believe that what God says about humans is true. You actually have to believe that the Bible is revealing something that is true, that we are actually different from the rest of creation, that we're actually made in the image of God, that we have intrinsic value, that we're not like the chairs that we're sitting on, that we're not just material, that we actually...
And not just that we have intrinsic value, but we have duties and responsibilities because of that intrinsic value. Because we have the gift, or we'll call it the gift of image bearer, then we have to live up to something. Or to someone, to God. And how do we do that? Well, he showed us. Read the Beatitudes. It's explicit. It's the easy, hard things. First step, get humble. Go to church. Go to liturgy. Just go to liturgy. Just go. Come see. Just go. Go. When you're there, stand there. Bow when they bow. Cross yourself when they cross themselves. Or you know what? Even if it's your first time, don't even do that because you're an atheist, you're an agnostic, you're a silly person. Fine. Go stand in the corner and just observe. Feel it. Drink it all in. And then after that, go talk to a priest. Or a deacon or whoever's running the ceremony. A liturgy or if you go to Vespers, whatever, right? Go talk to him. Get humble. And don't go in there with your preconceived notions, or you're going to. Here's the thing, you're going to. But try to check those. And just assume that this person that you're about to talk to knows a little bit more than you do. But what? Everything. Just assume that. Maybe they don't, but just pretend like they do and see what happens. It might be refreshing for you to realize that there are people out there. I know this is sit down for this. Agnostics and atheists who might be piling in. Sit down for this. There might be people out there who know more than you do about how life works. Maybe just a couple, a few. I know it's a hard check for your pride, but occasionally that happens. And it wasn't in some philosophy book, and it wasn't taught you in school. It's just someone who's really felt into this and is tied into a tradition that is also knows more than you do about how human beings are. Because you've only been on this earth for maybe like 20 years. You know nothing. I've been on this earth for 48 years. I know nothing. Everything I think I know comes from other things. From other sources or from illuminations, intuitions, but they're not from me. This show, everything I do, the gift, my voice, everything, my intellect, everything is a gift from God. I didn't develop it. I didn't create it. I didn't practice having a deep voice and a beautiful face. I mean, come on, a full head of hair. But that's not down to me. It isn't. Can't even take pride for it. My intellect. Where did that come from? Is money the root of all evil? Ugh. Just get better at it, man.
Are ensouled creatures that have eternity in our hearts, that are created with love, and that are designed to be in union with a good and loving God. You either have...
Here's the thing, agnostic. Why don't you use the same technology you're using to be here in the chat? Look up the full quote in context, and then sit with it for a bit, for maybe a few years, and come back, and we'll discuss.
Have to believe...
Also, you're still not doing the thing where I should make up my promise here. Because I did say that unless you send money, we're not really going to be interested in you. So I'll give you a bit of a grace. All right there, Agnostic XX. I will literally give you... Oh, Whitticus got rid of him. Perfect. Thank you, Whitticus. You had your chance, man. Had your chance. Could have sent $2 and we would have kept you around for a bit longer, but you're polluting the airwaves. And I'm not even benefiting from it. I'm like, what do I get from it? Answer your dumb questions. For what? Send me a box of chocolates.
Believe that or not. There is definitely an aspect of faith here. But the problem is that if you don't believe that, you're then going to end up where Matt ends up, saying that we are just material, that we don't actually have intrinsic value, that if Hitler's assessment about the Holocaust is really good and true, or if he goes through with it and if he believes that it's good and true, then for him it is good and true. This is where the kind of the philosophical gets really scary, because, and this is also how atheism, atheism in the sense that it is materialistic, in the sense that it subtracts God, and in doing so it subtracts the image of God from man, becomes extremely dangerous.
because let's go with the Dillahunty thing, right? Human beings only have value if they're contributing to society. Now, he's, of course, occupying the positive frame of contributing. Although you can negatively contribute to society. Your ideas could be so toxic and horrible, being anti-Troon. I would be amazed if Matt Dillahunty would extend this to Andrew Wilson after that exchange they had on the debate stage. But okay, so Andrew Wilson's ideas and concepts and his phronema, his worldview is antithetical to Matt's. So Matt would say that Andrew Wilson is not positively contributing to society. So Andrew Wilson would have no value, even though the Crucible numbers would suggest otherwise. And not only that, but Andrew's a husband, a father, pays his taxes, contributes to society in all those other ways. So just because you don't like what he has to say and how he makes his and how he makes his money, perhaps I'm speaking for Matt, I don't know, but I'm going to assume. Then that doesn't mean that he's not positively contributing to society in all other ways. If there's 10 ways to positively contribute to society, and Andrew Wilson's doing 9 of them or 8 of them, does that still qualify for valuable? Or is what he's also contributing as part of that process so horrible that he now has no value? They're not valuable enough to sit there and debate, even though he might be insulting towards you. Oops!
This is why, although he pushed back earlier and said that Jordan Peterson misunderstood that he was talking about secular humanist societies, not these atheistic top-down regimes. But I'm sorry, the philosophy leads you there. If you dehumanize humans, if you say that we don't have intrinsic value, you are far more likely to carry out atrocities. I mean, it's so obviously the case. And so, yes, this little role play thing here is, he's like, I hope someone doesn't clip this. Well, bro, I'm clipping it, Matt. I'm clipping it because you said it. You said it
God bless.
Before you went into the role play. And it's a logic. I don't blame you for saying it in the sense that it's the logical outcome of an atheistic, materialistic worldview, that you can't place human value into anything other than might makes right, or cultural preferences, or ethical emotivism, or all of these things. But none of these things can actually amount to an ought. None of these things can actually tell you what someone ought to or ought not to do. You actually have no authority to use to condemn somebody like Hitler. And so you go as far as in this clip saying that you might even be convinced by Hitler that he was right. That's why this is so dangerous. That's why this is so horrible.
Yeah. Or Stalin. Or Mao, or pick your guy. Pick your guy. Genghis Khan, anybody. Right? Doesn't have to always be, I know everyone's focused on the tiny mustache man because, woo, great evil, right? Sure, fine. Stalin works just as well. No, oh, we don't want to talk about him because he's, we liked his policies. We just felt he was a little heavy-handed. Yeah, were Russians valuable? Other Slavs, were they valuable? Did they have value? Mm-hmm. Right? So, yeah. Let's let them finish off. Hang on. I have to stick with us, folks. I'll be right back. I'll let them play it out.
That's why this must be resisted at all cost. And we have to come back to the biblical portrait of what we are. That we are different from the rest of creation, that we are made in the image of God, that we do have intrinsic value. This is so important for not only for society in the world now, but this is important for you to understand for your own good and for your eternal good. The price tag of rejecting God is also that you reject your own self, and it's not worth it. Whatever thing you think about God that is bad, or think about Christianity or church, or whatever kind of things that you're thinking about that you don't want to believe God for, I'm telling you, it is not worth it, because the price tag is that in your rejection of God, you also literally reject yourself and your fellow man. And the entire human race is entirely devalued, dehumanized, and that leads to, and it has already proven to lead to times almost 100 million times over in the 20th century alone, the massive loss of human life. And so, yeah, this is a very practical example of it, but this is why morality on atheism is totally incoherent. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. And more than it just being incoherent, it's literally scary. Like, it's literally dangerous. If you actually carefully listen to what Matt Dillahunty is saying here, it's actually horrifying in the sense that you can understand how this flawed worldview's basis for morality leads you to moral atrocity in a consistent and logical manner.
I mean, I have no disagreement there at all. It's amazing too, right? Because just from my own atheist experience, atheism just kind of cribs it. You get sort of the gad-sads out there, right? Because they're left with this question of morality and how secularism doesn't generate it by itself. Because again, no objective claims, and we're all just brains in a vat. So how do we get this thing, right? And you follow guys like Gad Sad and others, and they're doing this whole biological morality, right? It's evolutionary morality, where we human beings develop these moral systems because it did better things, it had better results. But of course, no one could know that beforehand. And the open question, the same thing with evolution, is like, well, why wouldn't they just get to one point, which seemed to do just fine, and just level off there? Where is this desire for better, for more, for a more perfected form of something, without having an idea of what that thing is in the first place? Where does vision come from? Even desire itself. Girard, of course, places that all desires are external, that people have to model the desire first for us to want the thing, which is fine. I tend to agree, but it also leads us into an eternal return.
There is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
We got $2 from Whitticus. Thank you so much, my friend. So, because it's that open-ended question of where did this thing come from in the first place? What was the first one? Even thoughts. Excuse me. What was the first thought?
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Thank you so much, Michael Gabriel Fortino, I believe. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Who just did that? Is another Whitticus. Thank you so much. Follow Whitticus's lead, guys. Don't let Whitticus do it all by himself. Just send $2. $2. You get a nice little Bret Hart. You get a nice little
Thank you, baby.
You get a nice little
Thank you.
The best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Wit see us. Rit see us. Is it? Wit see us. Wit see us.
Yeah.
Follow his lead, folks. Model Wit see us. Send in some of your hard-earned change on over. And I do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much, my friend. So, so then becomes the workaround, right? So and I think even Gad Sad and a few others, I know Richard Dawkins has come out, who was one of the biggest anti-theist proponents, along with Chris Hitchens. And of course, now that he's seeing what's happening in the UK, he's been left with the inevitable position of simply saying, well, maybe this whole Christian thing, maybe it had some good points. Maybe, the music was good, the buildings are nice, and the social order seemed to be a lot more conducive to the way I want to live my life. So he's kind of invented this term, or popularized this term, like cultural Christian. Whitsius was a Dutch theologian. Oh, I see. Thank you so much. So you have this sort of the cultural Christian kind of movement, stemming from Dawkins. And that opened the door, I think, for a lot of atheists. And Jordan Peterson, I think, was the guy who led the charge, where he started talking about, like, look, you don't have to, it's not that he's a Christian in terms of he doesn't necessarily believe in God so much, but he chooses to live his life as if God exists, to structure his morality and his systems and all the rest of it as if the Christian God exists, and he finds that more beneficial, right? Which is an on-road. And we can criticize that all we want from a Christian frame, but I know how it was beneficial for me from being an anti-theist and starting to see these things happening around 2014. Like, okay, society is spiraling out of control. I know enough about the Soviet experience to know that when you remove religion completely, bad things tend to happen. While I was against it, and on a personal level, I wasn't saying, hey, maybe everyone should be me, and maybe everyone becoming more like me or agreeing with me is actually becoming a bad thing. So we need to get Christianity back on board somehow, fill the gap, right? Some sort of secular Christianity. Take a la carte, take all the good things about Christianity, leave out the God part, and somehow that's going to substantiate and we'll revitalize society that way. I honestly thought that for a few years. Which again was a step away from thinking that God and religion and everyone who followed those religions were bad, evil people, which is also what I thought for a while. So it's a step away. And the step away is always encouraging, because I know on a personal level, that step away is you take one step away, and then all of a sudden you take another one, and you take another one, and you take another one, and you start saying the Jesus prayer, and then you start having a religious experience, and you start going to liturgy and talk to a priest. One of the big stumbling blocks for this kind of transformation is humility. Not just because the humility involved in understanding that you're wrong and having to go, okay, factually, maybe I have some points. I can be factually right about a lot of these things, historical dates and data and who did bad thing to who under for reason, sure, right? Factual truth, right? Factual correctness, we'll put it that way. But that doesn't seem to actually lead us to truth. Now and that's a bugaboo for a lot of people, right? There's a paradox going on in there. Well, how can be factually right not be true? It's because you have to live in truth. Truth is something that you live. In the Christian frame, truth was literally a man, a God man, who came to us, the living logos. So, as we model Christ, we are modeling truth, big R reality. The thing that works, that is objectively true and works across time for all people. The more we're like Christ, the better things get. The less we're like Christ, the worse things get. See? Simple, right? But you got to get humble and realize that you're wrong, fundamentally, substratically wrong, that all your reason, all the big words you've read, all your degrees and all the time you've invested in this thing and all that is wrong. It's a hard one. It's a very bitter white pill to swallow. Because, and I say white pill, bitter white pill on this one, because once you realize you're wrong, well now, assuming you have some time left on the clock, you get to go be right. You get to go pursue truth. Isn't that a wonderful thing? And you couldn't have done that while you're wrong, while you're living the wrong, while you're living the lie. You have to remove the lie from yourself, remove the veil.
The best there was and the best there ever will be.
In order to see the truth. And once you see the truth, now you can start to want to be the truth or be as close to the truth as possible. And by the way, you need the truth and you need to live in reality in order to be successful at anything. Big, small, anything. The longer you live in a lie, even if it's a beautiful lie, a well-crafted lie, a lie that gives you all the baubles and beautiful things, it's empty and it will hollow you out. It'll be worthless. The food will turn to ash on your tongue. And we've seen this constantly. There's tons and tons of examples of people who've become celebrities and big giant stars, the Britney Spears, They have the wealth, they have the prestige, the influence, they could do everything. Oh my God, everyone adores them. And they go crazy every single time. Because that's just a lie. They're part of a lie. They're promoting and essentially becoming a lie. A product to be bought and sold. And it always has deleterious effects. Because your value is attached to what people desire you. People desire you, therefore you have value. If that's the only equation you have, you're going to have a bad life. Guaranteed. Whether we know about it or not, publicly or not, it's going to go badly for you. $9.99 from Octavian. My rabbi told me to never depart from, shekels? But I'm disobeying. Well, I'm glad you disobey your rabbi. I promote that. Thank you. Thank you for being a bad Jew.
I talk about this.
Hang on a second. So, Alex O'Connor. Pauna. One of these, he's such a twerpy little guy. But hey, you know what? If this is a step away, we'll see where this goes. This is Alex Connor talking about, the title of the video is, I've realized Christianity is more plausible than I thought. Ooh. Oh. Please tell. So, maybe we get Alex Connor thinking some things. Hey, maybe we even get Matt Dillahunty saying some things before he passes. Which, by the way, let's just send prayers to Matt Dillahunty. It's easy to dunk on the guy, right? It's fun to dunk on the guy, but let's just say some prayers for him, because we don't need him to be. We want him on our side eventually. We want everyone on our side. It's better to be on our side. It's better for them, better for us, better for everything. So.
I debate this all the time, and I debate whether Jesus was God or whether he even claimed to be God and all of this kind of stuff. But for me, the undeniable thing is that there's this extraordinary historical figure who did something extraordinary. And there's something really weird that happened that caused a bunch of people to start quite early on worshipping him, which is a very strange thing to do to a human being, especially in a Jewish culture. And so, to me, getting at the Gospels from a scholarly perspective helps me to understand who this historical figure was. That's the thing I'm really interested in, almost in the way that somebody might be really interested in Julius Caesar or in you know, whether the Iliad, you know, whether the Trojan War really happened and whether that kind of stuff. I sort of take this approach.
That feels to me like that was your point of entry.
Such diarrhea, really, just verbal diarrhea. Yes, yes. Oh, look at my little dog. Do you have a shock collar on that dog? I feel Hassan Piker should take some notes.
Yes. Yeah.
But you've had such a journey, and you've met so many amazing people, and you've debated so many different angles and things. Yeah. Where's it led you to?
Well, you see, I've started to develop this sort of adjunct dislike for Muslims. So, you know, and in the UK, bit of a muzzy problem, isn't it? Oh, dang it. So, gonna have a look around for a possible solution to the muzzy problem a little bit. You know, disastrous, really. It's a bit of a shame on me, a bit of egg on my face. Oh, you know, Governor.
It's led me to, well, I used to be quite on board with the new atheism stuff. I've spoken about this a lot on my show.
What does that mean?
You know, like the sort of Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, it was really popular, the debates that they were doing, they called it new atheism.
Yeah.
And it was this body of like atheist thought with the God delusion, this kind of stuff, which was really popular. And it had this sort of quite strident, you know, debate me bro kind of attitude. And I was really swept up by that. I thought that was really exciting and cool. And I was beginning to sort of shake that off and grow up a bit, essentially. And then running the podcast, what I've realized is that this is far more interesting and intricate, and I would say plausible than I'd given it credit for before. So, you know, I'm still not a Christian. Some people say to me, like, you know,
it's a funny word though. That anyway.
Yeah.
Like I'm
still not.
I'm less and less certain about the word.
Yeah.
You know what somebody said to me the other day? You're like this.
The word he's referring to here is Christian. It's a bit of a word, isn't it? Oh, I'm not very convinced on it. I'm not convinced of the word. Not convinced of the word of Christian. Christianity, you mean follower of Christ? I'm not very convinced of it.
The period of greatest growth ever in the history of the church was from 33 AD to 350.
Yeah.
And during this time, there was no church buildings.
Yeah.
No sermons, but no singing, and no Bible.
Yeah.
Yes, when there were no Christians, and then suddenly there was a bunch of them, there would be a big bit of a growth there, right? Like early adopters. What the hell are you talking about? No Bible. Well, there was actually. They were using the Old Testament, and just they hadn't completely canoned the New Testament, but they were. You know, there's epistles and all the rest of it going around. No, they had the Jewish Bible. They had the Old Testament, right? No churches. Yeah, they used Jewish temples and just incorporated Jewish temples. So that's what they were coming from, right? From Judaism. and reincorporating certain temples into across the West for Gentiles. So there was churches, temples, ways of worshiping. It was early on, sure, but they had those things. They even had prayers. Like, what?
And like we get very tied up in all of those things and the labels and even the phrase Christian.
Yeah,
it's like I'm not sure where. For me, it feels quite like man-made. These.
Oh, it feels man-made. Well, technically, because Christians, was a pejorative used against people originally, and then Christians just kind of adopted it. Originally, it was called the followers of the way. The way was the early church. That's what Christ handed down. But Christ handed down the church itself through the apostles and through divine revelation. Now, I get it, right? They're looking for a secular reason to believe in Christ, but it's like, okay, but if you believe anything that is in the Bible, which is true, if there was a historical guy called Yeshua, right, who is a radical rabbi who split off from the Jewish tradition of the time and went a different way with a different philosophy, because he went to all the places and studied these things and came up with a new way of doing things. Okay, if that's your position, then do you think he might have had some conversations with people about how to set up this thing that's going to come after him, or that even if he hadn't gotten caught and crucified, he was going to start up a new ministry with a whole different church and things and gather more people? If he hadn't died at 33, then he would have gone on and developed things, right? Makes sense. Do you think there may be those conversations at some point? Well, it's not in the Bible. Sure, but you don't believe in the Bible. You just said, well, there was no Bible, and there was a big boom of Christians, of people becoming Christian. So if you don't believe in any of this stuff is true, or you just think there's a historical person, then what do humans do? You don't believe in divine revelation and all that, sure, but that means he came up with some stuff and probably passed it along to his buddies who are going to continue his work, right? I just don't know about this whole label. Seems so lower class, really. Perhaps we come up with a different label. Students of Christ, perhaps appreciators. I'm rather fond of this Jesus person, this Yeshua. It's very nice. I liked what he said about when he was on the hill there. It's quite good.
The words.
Yeah, and that is where I can definitely agree.
This is why you're being invaded by the third world, by the way. This is why the UK is the UK at the current year. Hate to break it to you, but the people invading your country really believe in the things they believe. And they don't respect people who don't. Godless people tend to get beat up by godly people. Even if the people who are godly in this scenario are not following God. They can be demon infested. They can be, worshiping demons or, abstractions and stuff like that. But if they really, really believe it, they have an advantage over you. A distinct one. God up.
With especially a Christian of your kind, which is to say someone who will say that and recognize that. Because some people place a lot of stock, particularly Catholics, they place a lot of stock in church tradition and the traditions that developed after Nicaea. And I look at that with a similar kind of man-made skepticism. And I think to myself, it also gives me license to, when I look at the New Testament and I think, some scholars think that Paul maybe didn't write that letter and that's a big problem. But for someone like me, it's like, who cares? If I decide that Paul didn't write 1 Timothy, then I'll just look at the rest of it. And I'll try to work out what came between the lines. A good friend of mine said to me once, when there's all this discussion about...
It's actually, what he's describing is not a bad thing, right? Of course, he's still not approaching it the same way I did, but when because I had a bit of a religious experience, so a bit of one, I had one. So that convinced me that this is real, and if God is real, then all these other things are real, and just just accept it as real and move from that. I mean, he's coming from it from an academic frame. So he's sort of we say cultural Christians. He's more of an academic Christian. But again, on roads, right? We're on-roading people. There's a poll. There's a call going out, and even these people who are that have deafened themselves almost completely to the Word of God are still getting a little bit of it. They're going, oh, maybe there's something here. Maybe it's something we can use to make sense of it all, right? So we say our prayers to Alex. The thing he's describing here, though, is okay. If you're in the Christian frame, he's saying here is disagreeable. However, coming at it from an atheist frame, coming from someone who was not believing, and now is certainly saying, well, yeah, I don't really care about who wrote what or how factual this or that is. I'm just going to read this and accept it and move on and see the downstream effects from belief in this thing, right? That's good. That's not just a first step, that's a first and second step. That's accepting. Now, you're accepting it within a frame, still, no God, right? Anything but God. These are man-made people. But at least you're saying, well, these guys man-made a whole religion that was the backbone of Western civilization for up to about 2,000 years, give or take. So maybe they were onto something. Maybe they're not just dumb goat herders, because they weren't. Or this wasn't just sort of like a contrivance to control people. They were actually trying to improve people's lives, and maybe there's something we can extract from that to improve people's lives in a secular frame. Now, I'll get into this more down the road, but you have to have the belief in God for these things to work, to substantiate them. It doesn't work a la carte, but we're just talking about Alex's salvation here. He's taking 2 steps all at once, which is good. Hopeful.
Whether we have the real words of Jesus and whether the Gospels are accurate and whether it's all apocryphal stories, he said that because these were written from early church traditions, Jesus was a real man who was doing real things. We can still know a lot about the character of Jesus. He said, imagine if, for example, have you heard of the Churchillian drift, where quotes get attributed to Churchill, even though he never said them? Same thing happens with C.S. Lewis.
Yeah.
And he said, imagine if the only information you had historically about Churchill was a book of apocryphal quotes that he never actually said, but that people believed he said. You'd still get a pretty good picture of the kind of person Winston Churchill was.
That's worst case scenario. You still get a pretty good...
You're still getting an image. And so I'm really interested in the scholarly stuff and well, did Jesus really say that? Was this an interpolation? Blah, blah, blah. Is this a translation thing? But the thing that's most fascinating to me below all of that is who was this guy and what was he doing to cause all of this, even if it's a bunch of confusion and confused timelines and even...
Whitticus just really wants that call-in show next week. I can tell. We'll do it. We'll just say the goal's been reached. But I appreciate you. And again, guys, don't let Whitticus do it all by himself. He's a man who's living on meager means. So if he can find $2 to send over, a few $2 at this point, you can too. So send on over, folks. And if we have to set up another goal to entice you, I will. But I feel like you guys, you folks here, my Mironchucks, my Mironchucks, my Mironchuckles, are big boys and girls enough that they can dig down in their digital pockets and send me over some love in the form of $2, $5, $10, $20. Hey, you got $50? Send it over. It's fine. But if not, at least do me the favor, like and subscribing, sharing the stream, and letting the people know where we're at. And the channel is having exponential growth, and it's all down to you fine people who tune in, and I appreciate you. So thank you.
If some stories got in there that shouldn't have got in there, the fact that this scramble to write all of this down and turn it into
with the drift.
Exactly, it's still
I think
extremely interesting.
If we could time travel, you would be one of the rough gang. So would I.
Yeah,
I don't think you'd be. I mean, even though you kind of the headlines have used professor, sort of Oxford. Well, are you a professor?
I'm not a professor, no.
You're very clever. Do you know what I mean? That could potentially put you into the Pharisee type thing. Right. But you are the opposite. You are what you would have been running wild with Jesus, I think.
Yeah, I like that.
And also, I sort of always got the feel with Jesus. He loved the challenge. He loved the riposte. He loved the mental, verbal, like theological challenges.
There's a lot of jousting, yeah, a lot
of
debate.
jousting and brilliant sort of responses that have never been better. You know, whether it's in like
that Yeshua, he was such a cad, really. Bit of a whip. I even used one. Rapier. Oh, when he just laced into those dirty. Oh, sorry. Those money counters. Yes, I was talking with the tax collectors, of course.
like, should we pay our taxes to Caesar or not? You know, the Pharisees are trying to trip him up.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, sort of that response of just like, well, whose head is on the...
Michael, Gabriel Fortino says, $5, thank you so much. Who is this guy that caused such a ruckus? Could he be... God?
Give me a hell yeah. What?
What? $5 from Vigo.
The best there was and the best there ever will be.
Says, I recently stumbled upon a Russian Orthodox hymn titled that. I'm sorry, I don't read Cyrillic. This is what the Soviets tried to and failed to destroy. Yes. Amazing enough, right? There's a story of St. Nicholas's Church, I believe. It was in Moscow. I might be remembering the name wrong. It was a beautiful cathedral. It took a long time to build. It was apparently just one of the most beautiful Orthodox cathedrals, churches ever in creation. And the Soviets raised it and then made a swimming pool. They've since the Russians have since rebuilt it, but it was made so well that they had to bring in dynamite. They had to go. They had to be really convinced to destroy this beautiful monument of God, because those who have turned away from God, it's not just a turn away. You just don't believe it's true. It actually works on you, right? To be in the shadow of God is to be truly alone. To be in hell. Hell is just the absence of God, the true absence of God. And it's lonely and cold and we would say that in the Orthodox tradition, I always found this very interesting and helpful, is that hell is sort of burning in the love of God, where those who have repented and freed themselves from sin won't burn in his love, but will see it as a beautiful light. So it's either it's like standing in the sunshine, right? And if you stand in the sunshine at the right angle, the right time of day, it's beautiful. It's warming. It's beautiful to see the sun through the clouds. And if you stand a little bit too off to the side, it hits you in the eye, and that's it. But for eternity. So, Whittaker says, Wit see us says, do you believe that Putin has converted? Yeah, I do. Now, is he a great Orthodox Christian? Probably not. It depends on the office too. And I'm not trying to carry water for Putin. We'll do a Putin friend or fed maybe in the new year. But certainly, you can be an Orthodox Christian and just not be a great one. It doesn't fix everything, but maybe, and this is something Jim and I haven't really talked about. Maybe I'll bring it up to Jim next week. But let's go from the idea that Putin has converted and that Putin can make these decisions, and maybe that's why, even though what he's doing in Ukraine is essentially a cultural cleanse, that's only because the Ukrainians keep sending men that in his way, and maybe he's just trying to do the best he can do given the situation. I think there's room for that consideration. Maybe not a lot of room, but maybe a little bit of room. And just because someone's an Orthodox Christian doesn't make them good by default. But we pray for everyone, but we can pray a little bit extra for brother Putin.
Paid him and paid pray to God what is God. It's sort of brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a
And
brilliant
I would think that I see a beautiful alignment, actually. I think if we would go back in time travel, you'd be running wild with it.
Well, if the science ever gets there and we manage to go back in time, when people say, where would you go?
Yeah, where would you go? Come on, what would you do?
Of course you'd go to meet Jesus.
I love it. What point? Where would you go? Would you go after the resurrection, or would you want to be there at the beginning? What about in the 17 years?
That's interesting. I think that the moment that you'd want to witness, if you could only have 5 minutes, would be the moment of the crucifixion. And the reason...
Dude, you go to the party when he made water into wine, because apparently it was the best wine that's ever been made. That's... What do you... Come on now. Come on now.
Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer, more vodka, more whiskey, and more beer.
That's what you asked Jesus for. Hey, what can you do? What can you do with these other liquids? I got some apple juice. Tequila, something.
The reason is that you would see that this was a man, the crucifixion happened, you would see whether the curtain tore, whether the sky opened, all of that kind of stuff. And it would give you all of that. I mean,
But they keep finding evidence for like the, I think in the sort of, the star stuff and they said there was
like the solar eclipse.
The solar eclipse. I've actually done it. It's the exact kind of like that.
That's really interesting.
It's really interesting. And also that moment is kind of also to see the first ever Roman Christian. Well,
yes. Yeah.
The centurion
truly
son of God.
Yeah.
This man is the son of God.
But then part of
That's interesting. You go to that moment. That's kind of cool.
But part of me would say, although, you want to see the resurrection.
Vigo, if you're on X, just send it over to me on DM on X, and I'll look it up and play it either on the stream or in the future.
You want to see part of me wants to say I would just like to meet him walking along during his ministry and just say, listen, man, I've got 5 minutes.
Yes.
Who are you? Like,
yes.
are you?
Maybe don't call him man.
The real deal.
Messiah, are you God? Are you claiming to be God? Like, that's what I'd want to do. I'd want to ask that question. And I mean, where would you go in Jesus' life?
So
5 minutes.
So it's so interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think. So I mean, if you think of the biblical, so there are a lot of people that did get that chance and did it come exactly for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I mean, one bit you might not have noticed that I really like is John the Baptist's relationship with Jesus. We kind of touched on it, but there's a really nice moment where if you think of anyone in the
really nice moment. Oh, it was touching.
Jesus orbit is going to be
look me dog. Oh, I cuddled that moment. Look me dog. Look at him. Oh, it's nice. It's very nice, isn't it?
Believe in him.
Yeah,
is John the Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
Known him from birth, kicking inside my mother's stomach whenever Jesus walked in the room. Like, I know this guy is a real deal.
Gabriel
I'm baptizing the ribbon.
Yeah, Michael Gabriel Fortino says, atheists are over here fanboying for Christ, and you're blackpilling? You're blackpilling? The atheists are out here going, actually, I quite like him. Yeah, I like that part of the story. It was quite good, isn't it? Oh, it made me feel better. Yeah. Good. First step. First and second, maybe even a third step here. First step. We go, well, maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something in here, right? Maybe we've gone a bit astray. Maybe the new atheists were wrong, even though this Alex kid he's had, I think, if I remember correctly, he's had direct conversations with Dawkins over the years. So he's not like a stranger to this at all. And he used to be a fanboy for them as well. But he stepped away and he's like, there's something in here quite good. Yeah, right? Good. Okay. So first step. Second step, you're going, and I quite like Jesus, what he has to say about these things. He's quite good, quite a good chum. Quite good. I'd invite him over for tea and crumpets. Quite nice. And now they're even going up further and saying, I quite like John the Baptist as well. Cheerio. He's quite, pip. Not the beheading part, but everything before the beheading, quite good. Very touching even. Good. Continue. Further.
Jordan saying there was
a big thing for me was because I had read the Bible as a child and as a young, and then I continued reading the Bible even as an atheist. But I was reading it sarcastically, even ironically. I was reading things to attack it and to attack Christians with it. You're not living up to this and that whole thing. It was very red tear. I'll be paying penance for that for the rest of my life. And this is, part of it. But when I started to convert over, even to soften, then it's like, well, let's read this for the good bits. Let's ignore the bad bits, but fine. Mistakes are made, human beings, blah 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 blah. Let's read the good bits, because there might be some good bits here that could be used for things. Now, of course, that doesn't work out for everybody, and I'm not saying read the Bible to use it, right? But from an atheist perspective, you've just made a few big, giant, massive steps away from that frame. They're breaking their own internal atheist frame. We still exist in liberal frame, but hey, man, you got to start somewhere. So
one is coming after me is like, I know. Mm-hmm. And yet when he was in Herod's prison and he gets a chance to get a message to his disciples, the one thing he says is go back to Yeshua and just ask him, you really are who you say you are.
Is it you?
And I love that because, like, if even John the Baptist had doubts because of he's like being tortured and in a brutal,
thank you, Harry,
brutal prison and like,
acknowledge me.
Oh, wrong one, but that works too.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Thank you, bud.
We're human. Then I can have doubts, and it's like. He's been a real hero of mine, actually, John the Baptist.
Me too. I think he's my favorite person.
Well, it's interesting you say that.
So
I'd be interested in what I like about him. That everyone always, Jesus says there's no one been greater.
Yes.
He is the number one in the prophets.
That's
number
right.
one. And I always think, we think to be number one in life, you've got to be like a leader. You got to be like, I would think Moses or one of these people, like on top of the mountain, the big beard, the loud voice, the authority. How we're brought up to think these are our people in our lives.
The aesthetics, right? Sure. And hey, not taking anything away from Moses, but who gets humble? Who humbles himself? John the Baptist humbles himself. He's basically saying it's not about me, man. I'm laying the groundwork for he who come after me. And who's coming after me? Whoo, waiting to get a load of this. Right? If you met someone who did that, every act of humility is not just a kindness for that other person, which is true, but it's a kindness onto your own self. This is how we access love. I was watching, Andrew Wilson was on Fit and Fresh. I watched a bunch of it with Jake Rattlesnake. And there was a super chat saying that he should debate so-and-so about evolution. And Andrew was like, yeah, I could do that. I don't usually debate evolution, but yeah, I could. But he's like, actually, no, you know what? You should really you should debate that, so-and-so, I can't remember who it was, should debate Jim Bob. And hey, Myron, you should moderate it. We'll set that up because Jim Bob's way better at this stuff than I am. He's the go-to on that. That's humility. That's Andrew Wilson saying, yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm a good debater. I could debate that. But this Jim Bob guy, his personal friend and colleague, but still, hey, this Jim Bob guy is better than me. You should go talk to him. Didn't have to do that. Could have grabbed all the glory for himself. But no, kicks it up, saying there's someone even better than me. I just happen to know him. We can put that together. Did that with Rob Noor during the whole Sarah Tomato right? When Andrew addressed it, one of the things he said about Rob Noor is he's like, and Rob Noor's a better debater than Andrew. Again, didn't have to say that. And he said, well, I could mop the floor with him in certain categories, but overall, generally, Rob is, this is from Andrew, better than Andrew. That's an act of active humility. Doesn't have to say that. Isn't just a kindness. Because it also, and I tend to believe that Andrew really believes that. He's not just saying it. He believes it. And understand that there are people who are better than you at some things. What did I say earlier? Atheists. Just realize that there are people who know more than you, who are better at some things than you are. And that's okay. It's not, you don't have to get resentful for it. You can either say, hey, I want to be as good as them at this thing, and so I'm going to learn from them and really apply myself and get as good as them, if not better, but at least as good as them at whatever place they're at. Or, you know what? These guys are so much better than me, I'm not even going to bother. You know, or I'll stay in my lane. I'll just accept that they're just going to be better than me. And that's okay. It's not the end of the world. This idea that that fame and acknowledgement,
acknowledge me.
That prideful passion for it to be all about you, validation. It's my validation, not yours, mine. It's deteriorous. You can't get better. And the simple fact is, the more competition out there, the more people are doing things, the better it is, because they're going to create more of an audience. Bigger audience means that you have a better chance at snagging in some of that audience. If it stays niche and small, then the only people who ever can get successful or do well with that niche and small audience are people who usually are already there from the beginning, or who happen to come in and razzle dazzle and do something that you never even thought possible. Whatever, it won't be you, I'm saying. Bigger pool of audience, more of a chance of getting at least 10% of it. Small little tiny audience, you're probably going to get gatekeeped out of it anyways. See? But people don't. They don't think about those things because it's not rational. It's not logical. Because their pride is getting in the way. Okay, we'll play a little bit more of this, but I think you get the general idea that this is a positive occurrence, right? This is positive. Two atheists who 5-10 years ago would have scoffed. Religions for stupid people. What? Do the emperor voice? No. It's for people which we don't even have to deal with. No. Why? Uncouths. Guilt-hunters. And now they're like, you know what? Jesus. Not so bad. Not so bad. Wait till these guys graduate. Hopefully they'll graduate from the Bible and get into the lives of the saints. You know, something that my church fathers, my spiritual fathers instructed me to do, and I've started to, and you'll hear a lot of Orthodox fathers and hierarchs say the same thing: is read the lives of the saints. God has given us saints so that they can instruct us, because they're from us. They're not Christ. They're not. They're intermediaries. They're closer to us. And in many cases, they, living among us right now, or, St. Paesos just passed away in the 20th century, they're not that far away from us. They're living in our times. They're interpreting and receiving revelation, and they can guide us in this life. That's important. And because we are called to be saints. Let's quote, I might butcher this a little bit, God became man so that man could become saints. And we have to read these people. We have to model these saintly figures in order to understand how we can access even a little bit of it. And it's not magical powers, and it's not grace, lets you levitate and fly. Although there's examples of light streaming from people's faces and being able to perform miracles, sure. But that's probably not going to be us. And who cares? You can be saintly in one dimension of your life. That's a massive achievement. Considering all the pressures of the world and everyone who's going to tell you you're wrong, and once you start praying, once you start down that royal path, there will be demons who come and try to get you off that path. We talked about it in the latest Meet the Blessed. Leave to Antiquity, I think, brings it up there. But yeah, spiritual warfare is real. And it's not out there. You're not the doom guy. going down the depths of hell with a gun and fighting the demons. No, it's dans le quoi. It's in your heart, in your mind, they'll use other people, and you have to constantly be finding ways of ending conflicts within yourself and other people. And this is part of that bearing witness. Because a lot of people are going to try to, especially if you're a professed Christian, they're going to try to make you do the unchristian thing so they can go, ha, see? Ah. Ha. God. Where's your belief in God now? They did that with one of the shootings in America. The Annunciation Church, I believe. Like, when kids were praying, and the bad man came in and did the bad thing. And you saw a lot of politicians. It was ghoulish. Well, where's your prayers now? Where's your God now? Keep shining. Keep asking for him. He might reveal himself to you. And what was I saying to Don Plebo, was talking to him on the phone last night, and one of the things I said to him was like, God often gives us what we deserve, not what we want, not what we're praying for, not what we think we deserve or we should get. No, he'll give you what you deserve, and sometimes it's a grace or a reprieve, but sometimes it ain't. Okay, folks, where we at? 3 hours in. I got another hour in me. And then I got to get going. So let's do another hour of dun dun dun. Rob Noor, my new friend. We're friends now. You know what? Rob Noor is going to be appearing with Jake Rattlesnake and Matthew Erickson at the end of the month, around the 26th of November, I think, Eastern Standard Time, to do some Nick Fuentes, Friend or Fed. Ooh. Why have a quiet life? Why? I'll do what I did with the Tom and Jim unknowing debate, right? When that all happened, like that video, the chat log, the comment section on that one is just. And I started replying to some of them, and when I went to bed and woke up and I saw a whole bunch more, I'm like, I'm not doing it. But, yeah, I expect Nick Fuentes, Friend or Fed, to have the same basic problem. So, please comment in the section below. Of course, I appreciate you. And if you're watching this video in the future, leave a like, subscribe, and share, and support the channel any which way you can. I know many of you do, and I appreciate that. But, yeah, I'm expecting big numbers, good numbers, and it's going to be a fun time. So tune in for that. Keep your eyes peeled. I'll be putting out promotional material over the weekend. So this is Rob Noor debating, is Christian nationalism good for America versus Godless Engineer? I've been back and forth on this Christian nationalism thing. I think mostly because when I first heard about it, the bigger proponents, some of the people I heard proposing it, were people I just didn't want to have to deal with. There's a few prots and stuff. I forget their names. It doesn't really matter. But they were being hauled up on media and just being, like, look at these silly people. It's like basically flat earthers, right? And everything that comes out of their mouth, I'm like, God, it sounds dumb. But then, Andrew Wilson's been talking about it. Rob Noor's been talking about it. And the more I listen to them talk about their conceptualization of the term Christian nationalism, I'm finding myself a bit more in agreement. So it might just be one of those things where I have to sit down and talk to these gentlemen more about it, but to get more of a full idea or listen to them talk about it on other people's shows more. But I'm softening, let's put it this way. My position on Christian nationalism is changing a little bit, because I think there's more nuance there than what I was initially understood or was presented. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to put it on the big screen. I got to go use the facilities, but I'll be right back. Keep sending money. Bunch of gooning lurkers.
point. But this works perfectly fine. It's just cell phones suck. If you're on a cell phone, good luck. You're not, obviously.
You're right.
All right, so that should be going live there. All right, let me make sure that relaunched properly. It should be live right now. Okay, I think that's working. I appreciate you all being here today for tonight's mega bloodbath. Tonight we have Rob Knorr versus Godless Engineer. Over the topic is Christian nationalism good for America? Rob is taking the yes. Godless Engineer is taking the no on that. This should be a fun debate. We're going to have 8-minute intros and closings. There'll be an hour open discussion. There is up to an additional hour on super chats. So up to 60 additional minutes from super chats with super chat questions, that type of thing. The audience can kind of guide the flow of the conversation a little bit here. So super chats over $5 allow a question to get asked. I'm not going to interrupt them in the middle of back and forth, but when there's a little bit of a lull, I will jump in and do the super chat question and can change the topic there. Any negative, and if there's a comment, I'll read those too. But if it's a really negative comment, I'll try to hold those till the tail end of the open discussion portion, just so it doesn't throw one of y'all off your game or something like that, because I've seen that happen in the past. Y'all have any questions, or y'all ready to get rocking and rolling here with the intros?
I'm good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. So, Rob, you are the affirmative here on the topic. Is Christian nationalism good for America? Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your 8-minute timer.
Okay, I'm good to go. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. John, my opponent, Breakfast Taco, thanks for moderating. Looking forward to it. Now, I'll be defending that Christian nationalism would be good for the United States. I think Christian nationalism would be a system that would be better than almost any governing system in the world, but we will be limiting our argumentation specifically to the United States here. I define Christian nationalism as a system that prioritizes the beliefs that our moral foundations come from God, in particular from the Christian God, and through the book outlined in the Old and New Testament and the covenant through Jesus Christ. I will not be talking about specific denominations of Christianity, nor do I think that that is necessary to reference wanting a Christian nationalist system.
See, there's my, and that's my automatic disagreement. But that's on a personal level. I'll let Rob elucidate it. Let's put it that way, because maybe there's something I'm missing. But yeah, I think you need to have a very clear foundational Christianity, even if it's not Orthodoxy, even if it's just some other version. Let's say it's Lutheranism, right? Calvinism, sure, but if you don't have some sort of high church, even Roman Catholicism, something that's definable and understandable and has its own set of dogmas and rules that are carried out and have been around for a few hundred years, you're going to have problems. Now, again, I'm not endorsing any other sect other than Orthodoxy, but I'm just really saying, like, in my mindset, and I'm willing to be convinced otherwise, but in my mindset, you need to have a clear, defined Christianity to attach that nationalism to. And it can't just be evangelical mush, or just sort of like, all the Christianities, because there's fundamental differences in those worldviews that I believe by this point are basically you have some sects that are unrecognizable from others. The charismatics don't belong in the same room in conversation with Orthodox Christians or Roman Catholics or Protestants or Lutherans or Calvinists either, right? You're rolling around on the floor speaking in tongues and handling snakes and because dipshittery. It's like no, sorry, can't happen. But if we're not saying that, okay, we're going to exclude the Mormons, we're going to exclude Seventh-day Adventists or the Jehovah's Witnesses or everyone else who would have a claim or would make a claim to be Christian and therefore would be included in Christian nationalism, that becomes my problem. But again, it's my thing.
System could be a system that could be made up of many Christians, including those from LDS services, from Protestant, Lutheranism, or it could be Catholic, Orthodox, whatever. That part does not interest me. Nor will I be talking much theology and biblical references other than to reference things like the Ten Commandments. I believe that the moral foundations outlined through Christianity and through the New Testament, although including the Old Testament as well, particularly the
Yeah, Doug Wilson's a guy with a beard, right? Like he has a band too, or something like that. He looks like he should be a PGA golfer.
The Ten Commandments are a foundation that is necessary for building a strong, cohesive society that would have the best possible outcome for all peoples within this society. I believe that although there are people that identify as Christian that serve in our government, and although there are people that claim in our government, though less of them, that Christianity influences their decision, we are becoming bereft of that. And we are certainly doing everything we can in most of our system, at least in the Democratic Party, to run away from saying that Christ is an influence and that the Ten Commandments and the Bible is an influence on the policies that they're passing. The Supreme Court has made us more and more secular over the years on decisions that's taken in public schools.
Hey, Whittakis, can you boot this Wesley Curry person?
Have taken prayer out of public schools, on decisions that have instituted more secular beliefs. And that, I believe, has led to a poorer society. And we're only on the cusp of how bad things are going to become. And I'll cite various metrics as to how that will be the case. So my argument will be merely that a Christian nationalist society is one where we are electing people that are Christians, truly practicing Christians, that are using the moral framework outlined in the Bible and in Christianity in order to pass laws in this country. And that should be done in all three branches of our governance. Of course, the argument will be that we never were fully Christian national, and although there is some warrant to that, I think that the Founding Fathers came through a tradition of the American moral proposition, which said that we ought to be morally good, and those foundational moral principles came through, as the Declaration of Independence shows, one nation created under God, or a creator, as it said in the Declaration of Independence. They understood that it's not moral relativism, that the deist or the Christian beliefs, which oftentimes went hand in hand with the Founding Fathers, these beliefs prescribed what was moral, and much of the influence of that were things like the Ten Commandments. And we have gotten away from that. For example, the proposition of thou shalt not murder. We see that things like abortion are not only legal, even in the most heinous of ways, but actually are celebrated in many aspects. When it says that you shall not commit adultery, we see that we are becoming more secular every day in both our culture and laws, as we now have increasing numbers of women that are forced to sell themselves or choose to sell themselves, including in places online where it's glorified. Sexual promiscuity is leading to the erosion of the family, and it's one of the worst things imaginable for almost all outcomes in our society. A return to a Christian nationalist system, or one that was less secular in our political sphere, will have an even greater influence on not just our laws. And that influence is that it will begin to help change this country.
Okay, hang on. Let me just deal with Spurg in the chat. Hang on. Bye, buddy.
Culturally. That cultural framework will be more important than anything that could be legislated. Wanting to be a good person, wanting to be a moral person, wanting to be a good Christian is more effective if you are voluntarily making that choice than being forced through government fiat and having some sort of law through the influence of imprisonment, fines, etc., to be forced to make these good decisions. Of course, none of the prescriptions I'm offering will occur overnight, but these will be slow, gradual changes that will be beneficial. All I need to win this debate is that a move towards Christian nationalism would be preferred over what we see as the status quo. My opponent will be forced to defend a status quo where we do not have birth rates that will be able to keep us above replacement.
Just be clear for anyone else in the chat who wants to troll us with that. It's fine, man. Like I don't mind if you have a disagreement or you have something interesting to say. I'll interact with anybody in there. But if you're just being some rando weird Spurg person, like how much truth can you handle? Chicago, like screw off. You're not interesting. Nothing you're going to say is interesting. It's a waste of time.
This means that all sorts of negative outcomes will come upon us, such as we will see the economy precipitously decline, particularly as millennials get to the age where they will need care as older people, and there won't be enough younger people to take care of them. We'll see GDP decline. We'll see innovation decline. We'll see the United States lose.
We just import them, sir. Oh, don't worry, it'll be very taken care of. Yes, very, very good taken care of. If you go to Bombay Palace, we'll take very good care of you. How much curry can you eat? It's very good. If you have a sickness, just rub the curry on you. Maybe a little bit of cow poop. Have you tried to drink the cow pee, sir? Maybe this is better for your healthcare. Yes.
Status amongst countries that actually are giving increased amounts of childbearing. This means that the world will actually become even worse in the secularist framework that my opponent will endorse. As we see people that are procreating at greater numbers in religions such as Islam, eventually that will overtake because the secular humanists have amongst the lowest birth rates. This means if we adapt a Christian nationalist principle, which would lead to cultural Christianity taking off more, we have a chance of actually having some of the policies that my opponent would like be more likely to occur in a Christian framework than they ever would be possible in frameworks such as Islam.
Just to tag on to that for a second, because I've heard that argument before, right? Where people say things like it's like that movie Idiocracy, where the smart people don't have children and therefore they get bred out by the dumb people. Yeah, okay, well, from that frame, if you're a secular humanist and you think you're wicked smart, eh? Oh, wicked smart. Look at you go. Well, you'd want to have more children because you're just going to be outpopulated by the dumbs, right? The dumb, religious people. Oh, well, yeah, those dumb religious people are outbreeding you. So you won't exist. Oh, your whole framework and your whole thing you're propagating, it just won't exist anymore when the dumb religious people take over because they're going to have all the people. Anything but God, though, right? Anything but God. Anything but God. No. Can't have that. Might have a little bit of judgment. Might have to actually have some duties and responsibilities to, ourselves and our families and our history and our tradition and our country and our families and our people. No. No, can't have that. Might make me feel bad. May not be part of my preferences.
Make no mistake about it. Christians actually are far more for securing the border and keeping the cultural impacts of things that we see from the foundational principles of the Ten Commandments in Christianity. Much of this would be better for people even in sectors of the groups that we think sin, such as...
And here's the thing, too. Like, this is why I've said I'm not a racialist. Anyone can come over as long as you become a Christian. Or obey Christian, or just say, okay, you're going to obey this Christian culture. If a Christian goes over to the Middle East right now, to Dubai or something like that, they're going to have to adhere and obey to a nominal Muslim culture. Women were going to have to wear a scarf over their head or whatever, something. And understand that, hey, you're a visitor here, you're a guest. Now, you can convert to Islam, and then that takes care of that problem for you, or you can just mind your P's and T's and be nice here and just observe what we tell you to observe, or else we'll boot you the F out. Right? So why, again, and I've heard this commentary about white nations, all the rest. You bring it down to race, because you don't, again, anything but religion, anything but God can't be God, right? Our common denominator has got to be our white skin. Well, I hate to tell you this because I came from Quebec, where the white-skinned French people like to pass a lot of laws that hurt a lot of white-skinned Anglo people, or allophones, people who are neither Anglo nor Franco. Oops. Yeah, that magical white person stuff goes away when it's no longer convenient. So what's the bigger thing? What is bigger than us? What is it going to? What it came before us and will go on long after us? The church, God. Cement yourself with God. Then this doesn't matter so much. Not that I want to see white people go away, obviously, but what I'm saying is a civilization based on a common culture and a moral framework that goes into that civilization and creates it that you need, right? Region, ruler, and religion. You need those three things to substantiate a forward momentum, a framework for a people group to build into, the scaffolding that is required. You don't have it, it falls apart. And secular humanists, by the way, I bet you all of them really like civilization. That's where all their stuff is. Idiots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Give me a hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah. What? What?
The transgender or the LGBT community. If we have open borders, which are more preferred from people that are less religious, what we'll see is we'll eventually bring in people from other cultures that are antithetical to those very values that even the secularists speak to. And so, for these reasons and many others, we need to adapt a Christian national framework that will prioritize Christian principles and the family unit. We have seen that our country has gone further and further away from prioritizing the family unit. In the 60s, a Democrat did a study looking at children born out of wedlock in the black community. 25% of the children in the black community at that point were born out of wedlock.
Having children is a moral requirement. You actually don't level up in terms of a human being and how you can access morality and love and all those other wonderful things that everyone drones on about. Live, love, love. Yeah. You can't access those things without children. Without being at least being involved in the life of a child. It does something to you. It makes you care more about everything because you now have skin in the game, literally. You care about the future more, not because of some nebulous care. I care about humanity. Oh, really? Do you? How about you care about your kid? Because your humanity can be condensed into your child. The future is your child. All these metaphysical claims, all these whizzle walls, things condense into your child. Not to mention, yeah, you love them because you're built to love them, even when they're not. You know, yeah. Have children. Got 30 viewers. Like, subscribe, share, send some money. $2 for each 30 viewer would be fantastic. Just sub lurking, send it on over.
The Democrats called this.
Don't keep relying on Winnicus and all the other ones to do your work for you. Just send it on over. Come on.
It's a national crisis. That number has reached over 70% for blacks and is approaching that with other ethnicities, including whites as well. The family unit declining is one of the reasons that we see so much moral decay in our country and so much of the negative outcomes. Having a family unit intact as one of the best metrics that we could see for not going to prison.
Yeah, I just thought about this too, right? Because you just listened to Dillahunty drone on about how you shouldn't do the G side because you might be getting rid of artists and scientists and all the good people who are going to add value to society. Well, that means you should have kids and have lots of them because your likelihood of generating out of your own family artists and people who are going to add a lot of value to the society is right there. And if everyone's having lots of kids, or at least a few kids, at least one, your chances, the chances of you generating more geniuses and more beneficial value people just went up. Less kids, less of a chance. It feels dumb to actually have to explain this crap, but like that's how it works. It's a numbers game.
Having a full-time job, graduating school, not being in chronic poverty, etc. All metrics show that in the United States, Christians are happier in almost all ways. In order to save lives that are killed through abortion, in order to have a replacement of birth rates that are necessary to make sure that we have economic viability, health viability, and the future of a country, in order to stop things that would be less secular, or that would hurt seculars more like Islam, we need to embrace a Christian nationalist fundamental principle. It will give us national cohesion, and it avoids what the secular humanists will decide, which is a subjective morality that in this time of great division, where we no longer share ethnicity, culture, geographic location, etc., as a country, it'll give us something to bring us together, and we should embrace it. Thanks.
I think what Rob here is doing is condensing that regio idea that I have about civilization into one thing, right? So Christian nationalism is going to give you a ruler, all right, a defined leadership, I'm assuming. That's the nationalist part. A border, a region, a people group. That's where you get your cultural or societal capital from. And you're going to have a religion, which holds everything together, right? Gives you a future, gives you a past, a present, and a future to work within. Your moral confines, your phronema, your state of being, is contained and let's say prospers with a religion. Without those three things, you don't have a country, you don't have a civilization, you don't got nothing.
Thank you so much for your opening. And then John or Godless Engineer, whenever you're ready, let me know, and I'll start your 8 minutes.
Yeah, is it okay if I share something?
Absolutely.
Now, from my, I've seen Jim Bob talk about this as well. Is apparently this guy just breaks down and just sort of telling Rob that he's a racist, this and that, the other thing. So we kind of know how this is going to go, but I'd like to hear his opening statement so I can pull it apart.
Okay.
Come on now. Oh, PowerPoint presentations.
All right.
Oh, precious. I love these.
So, ready to start. All right. So, I'm here today to talk about why Christian nationalism is harmful for everyone. This is going to be a case for a secular humanist sort of future.
Well, that's 3 names that I have on the list
for our society. First of all, Christian nationalism undermines democracy and human rights. Any political ideology, and this is my basic argument here, any political ideology that violates fundamental democratic principles, including religious freedom, equality under law, and minority rights, is harmful to all members of a society. Christian nationalism violates these fundamental democratic principles by imposing religious dominance, eroding church-state separation, enabling discrimination, and supporting authoritarian control. Therefore, Christian nationalism is harmful to all members of a society.
Well, here's the thing: the Christian nationalism doesn't actually exist. So, this is not based on anything, right? You might say that the best you can say is that we used to be much more of a Christian nation in the West. That, if you go back to, let's say, the 1950s, just for example, Christianity was much more prominent in the country, and therefore you'd say, well, we can base it on my criticisms of the 1950s, right? Sure, or whatever time period you want to use. The problem is that wasn't even a formalized Christian nation. It was just kind of a given that people were Christians. They lived in America, therefore a Christian nation because Christians. But it was never set up from what I understand, for what Rob was laying out, that wasn't set out as a Christian nationalist system. In fact, I would say that separation of church and state, I know that's not totally accurate and but the way that it's been interpreted and used downstream is to divorce the state from religion completely, and to basically almost make it impossible for a Christian to promote his own faith within government. There's this little bit of a drama out there where a Republican, I don't know if she's a young Republican or not, he got taped and released, and now he's taking a lot of flack for raising the question that, hey, apparently some Shabbat dinners are being promoted, let's say, pushed. It could be another word for it. Something you ought to do. You should go to these Shabbat dinners on Fridays. And he probably, the concern is like, look, there's a lot of people in this group who are Christians and believers in their faith, and who hold Friday as a holy day for remembrance and fasting and all the rest of it. That's Orthodoxy. That's a lot of Roman Catholics as well. So going to a Shabbat dinner on a Friday would be kind of an interference in the faith. So maybe we should have a conversation about that, right? And he's getting blown up out there. It's a legitimate question. So right now, under your current system, you can't even be a Christian politician or involved inside of politics in some ways and really exercise your faith. And if you do, and you ask some questions like, hey, this might be a problem for my faith to observe yours on a Friday, let's say, or whatever. Same thing, like I fast on Wednesdays and Fridays, no meat, no dairy, right? And if I had to attend something that was like, but you have to eat this meat, and it's part of your job to eat this meat on a Friday, I'd be like, actually can't, right? This job is not as more important than my religion. Sorry. That becomes a problem, right? So, under a Christian nationalist system, you wouldn't have to have that problem because people just know, hey, not on Wednesdays and Fridays, or for the general mush Christianity would just be not on Fridays because Orthodox and these Roman Catholics just don't do
that. There's an erosion of religious freedom and pluralism that I just mentioned. Christian nationalism fundamentally contradicts the constitutional principle that participation in American democracy is not based on religious beliefs or lack thereof, rather than protecting religious freedom. It actively rejects it by advocating for the merger.
Again, you don't have religious freedom if you're required to do things that would interfere with your religion. If you're forced in some way, shape, or form to make decisions or to go along with something that interferes with your faith, that should be an automatic no go, right? Because you're bringing your religion with you into your job, and if you work in the government, well, it's coming along with you, right? Same thing. If the Fed or your government are passing laws that make practicing your faith more difficult or impossible in some cases, that's a problem. See lockdowns.
Of Christianity with American national identity and governance. This ideology seeks to privilege one particular interpretation of Christianity over all other religious traditions and non-religious perspectives, effectively creating second-class citizenship for anyone outside this narrow definition. Research from PRRI indicates that approximately 30% of Americans identify as adherents or supporters of Christian nationalism. These supporters believe the government should officially declare the United States a Christian nation, that U.S. laws should reflect Christian values, and that being Christian is essential to being authentically American. This worldview directly threatens the First Amendment dual protections, both the right to religious belief and expression, and the guarantee that government neither prefers religion over non-religion nor favors particular faiths over others. The United States' historic commitment to religious pluralism enables diverse faith communities to live in civic harmony without...
Yeah, they were wrong. So they were wrong. Move on. Jog on, mate. Yeah, so because the Founding Fathers were wrong. So let's just correct that mistake. Oops. They made a mistake.
Sacrificing theological convictions. Christian nationalism undermines this foundation by promoting the undemocratic view that America is exclusively a nation for Christians, when a powerful minority of conservative Christian...
Yeah, again, who cares? If everyone votes for it, it's not undemocratic. If I get 51% of the population to vote for a Christian nationalist system, then it's not undemocratic, is it? And if I continue to have 51% of the population continue to vote for every year to re-up that, because, hey, it's working better, then it's also not undemocratic. To the point where all of a sudden it's just like, you can vote for anybody. You can vote for the Christian or the Christian. Just like they do in China and many other places. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, right now, you could either vote for... I mean, if let's say you're in New York, right? You had Mamdani. So it's like you could either vote for Mamdani or these other chuckles. Well, I don't like either option. Okay, but then you can just not vote. That's also a freedom for you, unless you're living here in Australia. But let's say you're forced to vote. You have to vote. Okay, well then you're going to be presented with two choices. If both choices just happen to be Christian, then you'd be voting for a Christian, right? Oops.
Conservative Christians uses state power to enforce its values over everyone else. The democratic legitimacy of that power is fundamental.
Yeah, every government can enforce its values over everybody else. Pride Month is the government, both federal and otherwise, promoting something that you don't need the agreement of the people to do. I'm just going to do that. So every Christian who's against Pride, too bad. Pride's being celebrated. Too bad.
Until called into question. Then there's the discrimination against marginalized communities. Christian nationalism leads directly to discrimination and at times violence against religious minorities, non-religious individuals, LGBTQ+.
Sure, but so does secularism. Right? Churches being burnt down, people being attacked. You don't have to go to Nigeria and all the rest of it. You can say it right here, right there in America. People, Charlie Kirk, all the rest of it, people are being singled out for being Christian, being conservative, for their political views, for whatever views that the other side doesn't want. And then pew. So, poo on that.
Communities, women, and people of color. The ideology incorporates elements of patriarchy, white supremacy, native.
Also, why do I have to care about these people? Under your framework, why would these people matter? You're saying that Christians don't matter. If Christians get in charge, these people are under threat. So why wouldn't it be true that if these people get in charge, then Christians would be under threat? And if I'm a Christian and I want to make sure that I'm not under threat, I should then seek power to make sure that I'm no longer under threat by people who would threaten me, right? Or make sure that they can't have power so they can't threaten me and can't make me do things or go after me for my beliefs or my positions. See? Problem.
And heteronormativity, often overlapping with and providing cover for racial subjugation. The targeting of LGBTQ plus individuals is particularly pronounced. Across all 50 states, support for Christian nationalism is negatively correlated with the support for the LGBTQ rights, including non-discrimination protections, marriage equality, and transgender rights, as we heard.
Right, and support for LGBTQ rights are usually correlated against giving Christians rights or adhering to any Christian value or objection. You're just getting it your way. You're saying, I prefer it when Christians don't have power and they have to just, not be Christians to participate in society. But I prefer that one. I don't like it when these other groups wouldn't be able to do their thing. Just preferences. Where's the argument here? Saying, well, that's just bad and wrong. Why? One group or the other is going to exert power and control over the other. So where's the moral claim here? Other than you like gay people. You like gay people more than you like Christians. There's your argument. That's it. It's just a statement.
My opponent's opening. Among Christian nationalism adherents, 52% oppose non-discrimination laws and only 22% support marriage equality. LGBTQ plus communities have become cultural scapegoats, blamed for everything from violent crime to moral decline. Despite having done nothing wrong, some preachers have even called for the execution of LGBTQ plus people from their pulpits. This discrimination extends beyond rhetoric. Christian nationalist organizations like the Alliance Defending Freedom.
And so everyone who cheered on the death of Charlie Kirk or said that they would, were happy that it happened and all the rest of it, or against Donald Trump or whoever, right? Do they get the same treatment? When Democratic governors and senators and Congress people were motivating people to go out there and burn down places and do civil disobedience during the BLM riots, are they held to the same standard? No, why? Oh, because they like the gays. They like the gays, so it's okay. If you like the gays, it's fine. If you don't like the gays, bad people.
Have systematically pursued legal strategies to ensure that their particular theological beliefs are respected above all others, regardless of the cost of LGBTQ plus rights. The movement has been linked to book bans targeting LGBTQ plus history, attacks on drag shows, and the propagation of baseless accusations labeling LGBTQ plus individuals as pedophiles and groomers. Despite the conservative white...
Well, there are quite a few pedophiles in that community, though. That's well documented.
Christian nationalists actually being the groomers here. Next, support for authoritarian...
Again, this is the problem with all these guys. It's just Redditeer, not like just statements. Doesn't have any facts. Let's just skip forward a little bit because we're coming up to the 4-hour mark, and I'd like to not go over that too much. Let's get to the actual debate.
Boom. All right. So we're getting ready to move into the open discussion. There's a few super chats, so we'll get started with this operates a little bit differently, as I said, but they add a little bit of time, so you'll have a link in the open discussion portion here.
I mean, I know what a democratic republic is.
Tell me what the founding fathers said. Tell me.
No. Well, you're wording this in a very, very curious way here. Like what the founding fathers said and what what a democratic republic is can be two different things.
Okay, so then we should be concerned with what the founding fathers said and not what your definition of a democratic republic is, correct?
No, I think that we should work off of what a democratic republic is and what the Constitution.
Whoa. Hang on a second. Well, sorry, hang on a second. So you should work off the definition of what a democratic republic is and off the Constitution, which is what the founding fathers said. Because you'll cite separation of church and state, right? You'll cite all these things because you're like, I got you. The magic piece of paper says this thing. And you go, okay, but what if they're wrong? No, it can't be wrong. They're not wrong on this. Okay, but what if but they also said some other stuff here that kind of works against your claim. Oh yeah, but they were wrong about that. Let's revert back to my loose definition of a republic. Moat and Bailey, disingenuous debaters.
Actually,
why? If your interpretation of a democratic republic is different than the founding fathers entailed, why should we prefer your definition?
I mean, my definition is going to match how the Constitution is set up.
Okay,
and
so
I care about what's written in the Constitution. Why don't you care about what's written in the Constitution?
I do, and the word democracy.
No, you don't.
Of
you
course
seem to
I
not.
do. That's
no, because you talked about how this nation was built for white people, white Europeans, and you're being racist and xenophobic as fuck about Zoran Mandami, who's gonna win in New York. I don't give a fuck whether or not George Washington would have thrown up at his fucking whatever mansion he had over there in Virginia, wherever the fuck he lived. I don't give a shit.
Okay, wait, we'll get past the swearing. Okay, so if you don't care what the founding fathers would feel about that, and you're basing your criteria on what we should do off the Constitution, which is what the founding fathers intended, right? Then you got a bit of a contradiction there, kid. Because if the founding fathers, through the Constitution, didn't intend for a Mamdani to be running things, and yet you have now currently a Mamdani running things, then you have a problem with the Constitution and the founding fathers. It's fine, you don't have to care about it, but then don't talk about the Constitution. Simple. It's like atheists who try to use the Bible against Christians. Like, well, it says here, and you're not living. And I used to do this. It says right here, and you're not living up to it. It's like, but you don't believe in this thing anyways. What do you care if I'm not living up to it? Yeah, I'm a bad Christian. Okay, blah 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 blah. So argument, please. So should I not then ought to try to be a better Christian? If my is I'm a bad Christian, and I want, but yet I still want to be a better one. Should I not want to do that? Crickets? That's not an argument. It's just statements. Well, I think this bad. Okay, why? Because it is. And you're a racist. Oh, well, fantastic.
If he would vomit every single day because Zoran Mandami is mayor of New York, I really don't.
Again, this is not an argument for why Christian nationalism is wrong and your system is better. Disagreements, not the things that other people may not share your preferences, is not an argument.
What I care about is the fact that there are no religious tests for any for any elected official.
You put your hand on the Bible and you swear on the Bible. Do you not? Still? In America? I think you still do that, right? Oh. Swear the pledges to the flag. There's a line about God in there too, right? Oh, it's in your anthem. There's lots of God all. It's on your dollar bill. God we trust. Weird. Funny that. Oh, and Mamdani, by the way, is still religious. Like, he may not believe in a Christian God and a Christian framework, sure, but he's still Muslim, right? So you still elected a religious person into office. Or you're championing it, you dipshit. $2 from Whitticus.
America. That's how the Constitution's set up. That's how our democratic republic is set up.
So what I said was what the founding fathers would think of people from the Islamic religion.
And I don't give a fuck.
Please.
And I don't give a fuck. That does not matter.
Okay.
That does not matter.
I
to
understood.
The discussion.
I understood that was your point. And what I said was, if we're accepting what the founding fathers thought, that were the framers of the Constitution, they wouldn't be.
But look how stupid this argument is. He doesn't care about what the founding fathers would think about Islam or Islamic politicians running the country or running a town or whatever it had. Okay, fine, you don't care, but you're still championing. If he was in New York, he would have voted for a person who believes in a religion, in a God, right? So you're still promoting religious people into office. The religious person in question just happens to be saying all the mouth words that you like. Oh, yes, it's very progressive. Yes, we'll vote a Muslim in, and that'll be better for us. How? If you believe that religious people are bad, or that religions lead to bad results, and you champion or elect someone who belongs to a religion, whether it be Christianity or some other religion, doesn't really matter. You just elected a religious person into office.
Happy people like that. That doesn't make any claims.
That doesn't.
Please let me finish. Please, that doesn't make any claims of what I think about people's.
That doesn't. Okay, bud.
That doesn't make any. It doesn't.
Your entire point is moot for this entire conversation.
It's just moot because I say so. I'm not going to provide any facts or actual arguments. I just no, you're bad, you're wrong, you're racist.
Conversation, okay? Because that does not matter as far as how the Constitution.
Well, if all his points are mute, then you just won. You can just say I won the debate and walk away. This is the dumb tactics. Let me just pull this up for a second. This is the tactic that I'm really getting sick and tired of, and you see it all the time. And I think it's downstream from Destiny and the TikTok people and stuff like that. They think that talking over you and just saying you're wrong, you're dismissed. Where's my mute button? Right? Like you're in a debate. It's not someone sounding off in the chat or something like that. It's like you've agreed to come onto a debate, to actually debate ideas, to have arguments. This is the whole thing. If you're not willing to do that, then why are you here? Why should anyone ever platform you ever? Because it's not serious to these people. All they're trying to do is get the soundbite where they go, "See, I'm being good progressive. Look at me. I'm being really nice. I'm an ally." That's all they want. That's their social cachet. They're not serious. I said this to Rob on his show. I think it's like, why are we even talking to these people anymore? And I get it. You defeat their ideas. You're doing it for the audience. Fair, right? You do it for the audience, not for the person. Great. But at this point, it's like you can't even do it for the audience. All you can do is just show the people this guy is an idiot. But the problem is, at least half the audience over on Breakfast Tacos is going to think that this guy's great and he's winning. Guarantee you, if you go to the comments on this thing, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people going, "Yeah, he really showed Rob. Ha ha ha! I don't like that Rob guy. He's an idiot." Good way to just overtalk him and not engage in his ideas and call him a racist. Idiot. Oh, why is everything bad and awful now? Because you're stupid. That's why. Because you're being stupid. Because stupid people win stupid prizes every single time. This is not a joke anymore for these people. And this is, the only thing I would ever try to get through their heads is that you're treating this like a joke. Because you've just embraced nihilism. This doesn't matter anyways. We're all going to die. It doesn't matter. It's like, well, cool, man. How about you embrace that thing and get as far away from the levers of power or influence as possible? How about we just start excluding you? You're not important. You just want to circle the drain and die and play your video games and goon all day? Go ahead. You're now no longer my concern. I don't have to address you. I don't have to talk about you or engage you. You don't matter. You're basically telling me you don't matter? Great. Cool. You don't matter. At all. And if I grow this platform and stuff like that, all these people, not invited, not interested. Who cares? What are you going to bring? Swearing on a channel, being aggressively rude and belligerent? For what? What does that get you? Where's your secular values here? Oh, yeah. You're just racist, you're bad. Okay, I'm racist, I'm bad. Now what? What else you got? Oh, I don't have to listen to you because you're racist and bad. Great, then don't listen to me. Go away. Avant-toi. Bonne fête. Maybe I'm just getting old. Getting old and curmudgeon-y in my later years. But at the same time, I'm more compassionate. It's a paradox of things. Folks, I think we've done it. We come up to the 4-hour mark. We can keep watching this, but, I'm going to send you over to Mr. Rob Knorr. He's still going. Let me get this up here. If you stick around, you can get right over. You can put a right over to Mr. Rob Knorr and say hello. I'll come over. I'll go over there too if he's around. Hang on a second. Let's before we say where we send you. Let's say we can send you somewhere. Where are we going to send you? Yeah, he's still going. So go over Rob Knorr. Say, hey Rob, we were watching you get yelled at by a dweeb, and I'll be over in the chat over there as well. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Wits. I'm just going to call you Wit. I think that's easier. Thank you, Wit. Thank you for everyone who's super chatted, sending some money in this tonight. Appreciate you. We hit that goal. So next week, I will put together a call-in show for members only. So keep an eye open for that. $2 gets you a membership. A whole bunch of memberships have been gifted out. So get yourself a $2 membership, and you can call in next week. Probably, I'm going to say maybe Wednesday, probably. But follow me on X and all the places, and keep your eyes open here on YouTube's, and I will schedule that out for next week. So we'll do a bit of a call-in show, and you can ask me anything or voice your concerns or go around the horn. So what is this? I depend on you to figure your tech out. So we can actually get you on the stream this time. We'll figure it out. We'll be okay. Folks, love and appreciate you. From my family to yours, God bless. I am Jason Mironchuck, and it's later than you think.
This is the church Richard and his family belong to. Here he goes to Sunday school. There are other churches in town for people who worship in ways different from Richard's family. Millwood has a radio and television station. The programs come from this building. Many people, they are the men and women who act in these programs. Some men operate the big television cameras. Others control the pictures as they go out over the air. They see to it that Richard gets the right program at the right time. He often watches television at home. The programs are fun, and sometimes he learns a great deal from them. Then there are the movies. The Andersons go often to the neighborhood theater. One evening every week, Richard's father goes bowling. He belongs to a bowling league with some of his friends. That's his favorite evening recreation. At night, when Richard goes to bed, he may have thought very little about his community, what he has done for it, and what it has done for him. But the community's work never stops. There's bread to be baked, bread which Richard will eat tomorrow. There's milk to be processed, milk which Richard will drink tomorrow. There's the newspaper to be printed for people to read in the morning, and electricity to be made, and water to be pumped and filtered, and telephone calls to be put through day and night. So the work in Richard's community goes on day after day, night after night. People working for each other, depending on each other, all of them partners in making their community a better place in which to live.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture.